Hello and welcome to round 2 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2022. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni and I'm delighted to be joined once again by Grandmaster Robert Hess. Robert, welcome. How are you today?
There's nothing better than it.
Absolutely, and we've got plenty more games to look forward to today. But first, let's have a look at what happened during the first round yesterday. So we had 3 decisive results as we see the first players arriving into the playing hall in the background. Jan-Christoph Duda beat Richard Rapport. Vidit Gujrati in the longest game of the day beat Sam Shankland. And last year's winner, Jorden van Foreest, he beat Niels Grandelius. All the other games were drawn. Some more exciting than others, but a lot of interesting stuff happening yesterday. And Robert, let's look at the standings after round 1.
As you said, 3 decisive games. We have Jorden van Foreest. He's just taken off where he left a year ago. He beat Niels Grandelius in the final round in 2021. He beats him in the first round in 2022. We'll see if he can continue this. But Vidit Gujrati, he was able to grind out a very nice technical endgame against Sam Shankland. So I was impressed with Vidit. And of course, Duda, he's the World Cup champion, the vice champion at the World Blitz. No surprises when he's doing well in any event, Fiona.
Absolutely. So these 3 players we'll keep a close eye on today. Let's see who they are facing. Let's have a look at the pairings for today. So our 3 leaders, Vidit will be playing Fabiano Caruana, so that's an interesting one. Duda will be black against Praggnanandhaa, who did great yesterday, holding Giri to a draw with black. And finally, Jorden van Foreest will be black against Richard Rapport. And then I think, Robert, let's talk about 2 other standout clashes. Magnus Carlsen will be playing with the white pieces against the local hero Anish Giri. And of course, maybe you can tell us a few words about the intrigue behind Karjakin against Dubov.
I see you once again putting me on the spot. Well, when it comes to Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri, we know how much fun they have with each other on Twitter, always just giving each other friendly jabs. But Magnus Carlsen, the white pieces, he's not going to be friendly today. He was solid enough with the black pieces yesterday. Today against Anish, who drew the lowest rated player in the field. We know Magnus, he wants to win every single game he plays. He wants to reach 2,900. We'll see if he can start that journey today. And the other matchup that you put me on the spot for, Fiona, Karjakin and Dubov. Oh boy, Dubov had one of the games of the year when he beat Sergei Karjakin in the Russian championship. But that's not why you asked me the question. I know it's the off the board stuff because Karjakin, he criticized Dubov, was very vocal about it, saying, how could you betray our Russian nation by working with Carlsen and not Jan Nepomniachtchi? The offer wasn't there. We'll see what happens today, Fiona, but I know it's going to be very, very dicey between those 2. I don't think they're on the best of terms.
Absolutely. And Robert, well, you let us know in a second how the chat can get involved as well. But before we do that, I saw you were in the chat yourself and you promised our viewers that if they watched the show, they would get your prediction as to how many decisive games we will have today. So what is it going to be? How many decisive games today?
How many decisive games? Well, should I let them vote first or should I just say, I think we'll get 3 decisive games again. I think 3 is a good number. The games have been fighting, even those that end in premature draws. Don't want to talk about that anymore. That was hard. But Fiona, what about you?
Yeah, well, let's go. I'll try and trump you. I'll go with 4. A lot of fight today. Let's see it. Let's call for 4. You say 3. And well, Robert, how can our viewers get involved as well?
Well, they can get involved with the vote anytime they would like. You go to chess.com/events, navigate to the tournament, select a game, click vote, and select your winner. You could win a piece of the $1,000 prize pool for best voters or free diamond memberships. Voting ends after the 10th move of each game, so do not miss out. And remember to vote on all the games. You want to earn those prizes. I'm not eligible. Fiona isn't either. Sorry, Fiona. I don't know if they told you this. But either way, we're going to head to break. And when we return, we'll break down what's about to happen in round 2.
Welcome back. As round 2 has just gotten underway here in Wijk. We saw a handshake in the game between Shahriar Mamedyarov and Andrei Esipenko. Robert, is that where you would like to start, or where do you want to start?
I mean, it's hard to choose because I haven't even seen the first moves yet from most of the games. However, Mamedyarov with the white pieces, always an exciting player. We know that yesterday he took that early draw. It wasn't early in terms of move number, but considering how interesting that clash was, I still feel upset about it. So watching his game today, I'll have to get over it. I am a big fan of his chess, and of course Esipenko's as well, but I just don't want to see any draw offers today.
So what can Shahriar do? What he has to do today is to play a beautiful game. Ideally, it ends decisively. He wins or loses, and that's where he'll make it up to you.
He can draw. It's okay. The result is fine, just so long as it doesn't happen abruptly when we're all watching on the edge of our seats with just seconds on the clock. But we're gonna get past that, and by we, I know it's on me. But I think we'll learn a lot more when we see how quickly he's playing and what line he's choosing. Because even on move 3 right now, right? Like he can choose knight c3, he can choose knight f3, and
oh,
no way.
Robert, no he's way. Making it up to you already.
Did he just play g4?
He did.
No, he didn't. Oh, I forgive you, Shock. I forgive you. You just played g4? Is that even a move?
I think he's played this kind of g4 before, but I don't know if in this position. Like, I know that this g4, I don't know, I think my good friend Simon Williams has played, I think, on move 2, d4, knight f6, g4, which I think is known as the Kilkenny Gambit.
Okay.
In this move order, I haven't quite seen it before, but wow, what do we make of this, Robert?
I'm behind the scenes looking it up, and I found a game from 2019 with an 1850 playing against a 2360. So that's the one game I see, and Black chose the move d5 in that game. And I can understand why you wouldn't take the pawn, but it's a free pawn, right, Fiona? Just knight takes g4. Give me that.
And sorry, Robert, but did you see Esipenko has a small smile on his face? Like he was just looking at the board like, oh my God.
I mean, he's probably scared, let's be honest, because like g4 happens and you're like, wait, I probably should take that, right? That's a gambit. It's a sacrifice. And you can take gambits often. You just allow your opponent some quick development. So knight takes g4. I expect the move e4 to be played, hitting the knight on g4. 3 wonderful pawns in the center on the 4th rank. So Fiona, would you take the pawn on g4?
I mean, I was just thinking about it. Like, as I said, I've spent quite a lot of time with Simon talking me through d4, knight f6, g4, and talking about the merits of that move. I think I would feel like I should probably take the pawn, but I'm terrified to take it. And I think it's very likely that Esipenko is going to invest quite a lot of time here into his decision. And I know I've avoided your question. I probably would chicken out and not take it. What would you do, Robert?
It's difficult because you're playing Mamedyarov in this context and you're like, I can't do it. He's such a tactical player. He is so strong. But when we look at this position, I think we should explain why you would or wouldn't take it. So we see the 3 pawns on the 4th rank. That doesn't look great for Black, but you have extra material. Now, your knight's under attack. How would you go about in defending that knight? Let's say you just say, I'm going to retreat my knight. I'm going to take my material and run. This is where problems arise because when white pushes this pawn to e5, your knight very likely is going to have to return back to g8 because the queen covers squares g4 and h5. So if e5 happens, that knight could get caught. And that's not what Black wants to see. So at the very least, white has more space, but Black will have an extra pawn and keep that extra pawn. However, fewer pawns mean more open files. At some point, white would put a rook on g1. So if Black was intending on castling that way, you could be walking into an attack. Fiona, I'm going to answer the question. I think that he will take the pawn.
Yeah, while you were talking, I was thinking the problem with not taking the pawn is that the position doesn't really get any less dangerous. I mean, if you don't take the pawn is still on g4. It's ready to come to g5. The h-pawn could start coming forward as well. So it's not that that it's a gambit that if you decline it, you can get a safe position. Like, this game is going to be wild no matter what. And also, if you don't take it in a way, you kind of justify. I mean, first of all, also, I think you give your opponent confidence if you don't take the pawn, because it shows that you're a little bit afraid. So I think maybe I changed my mind, and maybe you just, as the chat was saying, take the pawn and think later.
No, you can't do that. That's not how these top level events work. You take the pawn, you might regret it, and Shakhriyar is going to punish you. One thing you said, I think that makes a lot of sense, Fiona, is that when somebody plays like from an attack and plays like this, you need to start thinking, start diving into calculations, but also the best way to parry off an attack is to play in the center. That's what we're often told. And the previous game that we referenced was d5, and that move also makes a lot of sense, because it's not like g5 by itself is that scary. White needs some time, because let's say d5, and then White says, oh, I'm just going to keep pushing that g-pawn. This knight comes into e4, and well, is that knight upset to be there? I don't think so. The pawn on g5 is under attack. Bishop b4 check is a huge threat, and the knight lives on.
Yeah, but I don't envy the task of Esipenko right now. Also, I mean, we talked plenty about the disappointing draw yesterday in Shakhriyar Mamedyarov's game, but let's not forget that none of us were probably as disappointed as Shakhriyar himself. From the position he had, he was certainly not happy only to get half a point. So I think he will have been the main person to be disappointed. But clearly today he's coming out all guns blazing, and I'm really, really excited for this game.
No, I think that's a very fair point. And sometimes that can lead a player to playing too provocatively. I'm not saying G4 is that it's just the third move of the game, but when you missed your chances to score victory in what was a very decisive position, that does rattle some players. So we'll see how Shak continues here. I'm super excited for this game. And we could go down some concrete lines, but maybe since the start of the round, we can just venture to all the games just so we can see what's ahead of us.
Yeah, maybe we can even go to the bird's view and see if we have any more craziness like this one in any other game. So here we are. And Robert, is there anything that instantly catches your eye here?
Yeah, what catches my eye is this. I don't know if you've seen this game, Fiona, but there's a move G4 on the board. So, well, the other games are going down more trodden paths, so it's not like they're unique just yet. The game between Carlsen and Giri does interest me quite a lot, actually. It's not the same as the Mamedyarov game with aggressive intentions and a pawn sacrifice. There is a pawn sacrifice in that game, though. So in the top left, and we can actually even pull that game up and start analyzing it, this is a known opening in the Catalan, but Black is up a pawn right now and has just given up the bishop pair. So we can walk through the opening moves, Fiona. You can, of course, stop whenever you see an interesting
Let me ask you, maybe even before we get there. So you already said Catalan, you said pawn sacrifice. Do you smell some Dubov influence here already, maybe?
I guess I do smell what the Dubov is cooking, and the Catalan is one of his main weapons. We saw him play a pawn sacrifice in a fianchetto kingside bishop position yesterday against Mamedyarov. It did not look very good, honestly, but it's still the creativity that Dubov has is really unparalleled in these types of positions. And so I do think, to answer your question, Fiona, that Magnus, he still has so much prep to use from his match against Jan Nepomuceno.
Absolutely.
And we saw some very calm play to start. Bishop g2, castles, and here we see d takes c4. So at this moment, there are many choices for White. You can play queen c2. We know that knight e5 ideas are possible. Queen can go to a4 as well. But instead, Magnus chooses the move knight a3. Knight c3, in fact, is even more popular than knight a3. And yet knight a3 makes a lot of sense because you're trying to win this pawn back with an undeveloped piece or previously undeveloped piece. And black says, you know what, I'm not going to give you the pawn. I'm going to take on a3. But Fiona, I'm a bishop pair guy myself. What do you think? Like, would you take this knight on a3, or the bishop pair is what you prefer?
Yeah, it's a very tough question to answer. First of all, the bishop for me on e7 has already moved once. So it would be different if the bishop was still back on f8. So a piece that's already developed and the bishop on top of that you're giving up for the knight. On the other hand, of course, it's always tempting to create these doubled isolated pawns on the a file and hold on for now to your c4 pawn. So I think the very double-edged decision, and I think Anish actually spent a bit of time. He spent 2.5 minutes on his decision to take. It'd be curious to know, is Anish still familiar with these lines, or was this more an over-the-board decision? I guess he would have seen similar positions. Would I have done the same is really hard to say, because it's just so tough to know. What has Magnus cooked up here? Even this move a4, I mean, Magnus has just made that move. Maybe you can try and explain what the idea behind that is, a move that at first sight maybe seems a little bit strange. Why to make a pawn move rather than continue development, or at least making a pawn move in the center?
I think strange is a good word for this entire position, Fiona, because when we talk about what would we tell students, I would say, I don't know if I would like you to get into this position yourself, because white is down a pawn, has double isolated a pawns right on the rook file there, and just is choosing not to develop the pieces. However, the move a4, it takes away the b5 square in case black had any ideas of trying to keep that pawn on c4, and also opens up the a3 square for the bishop. So you doubled your pawns, but you got rid of a b pawn. Now the a3 square can be white's and for this bishop, and that hits the rook on f8. That's a pretty long diagonal. And you didn't know, maybe g5 or f4, both those squares looked fine, but not necessarily great. So I do like this move a4. It gives white a bit more flexibility. That said, I like the response bishop to c6. When there's a fianchetto Catalan bishop, I normally am a bit nervous about it, but here in particular, the move bishop c6 fights for the diagonal, and white will not be able to take it. There's no way to cover the e4 square because there's no knight coming to c3 and queen on c2. So it looks like black has good control of that diagonal. So even if white eventually gains back that pawn on c4, Fiona, I think that black is just challenging white's setup in its entirety.
Yeah, I think once again, it's something we talked about yesterday. I think it's just more difficult these days to explain these sort of openings, because we've gone so far off the classical path of how I think if old champions from the past saw this kind of opening, they would be turning in their graves. But I think once again, we just see the influence of these modern engines and AI and all this stuff. So I think it's just, for me, I don't work enough with the engines on my openings to often comprehend. So I feel very often that I'm just watching and trying to understand, but it is very difficult, I find, without these deep insights. But I agree with you. I guess Anish should be comfortable, but of course it is without a doubt scary to be facing what very likely is some World Championship preparation.
Exactly. And just one quick line I'll show before we can go to other games as Anish goes in the think tank is that instead of a4, I understand that the move knight e5 was likely extremely tempting because there's this pawn on b7 that's under attack. So we're unleashing that Catalan bishop. And it looks like Anish just did play the move bishop to c6, if I saw his hand motion correctly. And this move knight e5, while attacks the b7 square, black would be able to deal with this threat by putting a piece on c6. And that will triple isolate black's pawns if white decides to keep taking things. But this move bishop c6, knight c6, knight c6, already your pawn on d4 is under attack, and black remains a pawn ahead. If you triple isolate the pawns, now your light squares are very weak. You need this fianchetto bishop very often from the white side, because if not, this queen comes to d5, the light squares are vulnerable, and I don't really see any advantage to speak of for white. In fact, I think white could get into big trouble. So that's why Magnus refrained from playing knight to e5 and jumping there too early, instead going for this a4 move. And we had the follow bishop c6, bishop a3, rook e8. So Magnus made his intentions clear. He opened up the a3 square, and now the game continues.
So I suggest we come back here in a little while. I'm pretty sure Magnus is still familiar with this position. We see him play another fast move, queen c2, hitting the pawn on c4. And maybe I'll just ask you before we move on, Robert, what do you think black should do? Should black try and hold on to this pawn or just give it back?
I would probably give it back. And moves that come to mind for me are at some point a5, just trying to cement that a4 pawn in place, because while for now it's defended, if I can pile up some pieces, say with knight d7, knight to b6, I may go ahead and just win that pawn on a4 at some point. I get it, Magnus, he's probably going to sacrifice it. It's not really the healthiest pawn to begin with, but I do like the move a5 to stop white's pawn from going there ever, and then bring the knight to d7 and trying to develop fully. I think that black, with accuracy, can hold off any sort of initiative from white, but again, with accuracy, that's the key, and we're in Magnus's preparation that probably goes much deeper.
Yeah, we'll come back here, of course, in a short while. We'll see if Anish can produce that accuracy you're talking about. For now, where shall we go? Do you want to check in with Dubov and Karjakin? See what's let's go there, because there's already very few pieces left on the board, Robert.
Whoa. Wow, it moved 17. There are no queens. Let's quickly go through how we got here. Knight f3, knight f6. So we had a symmetrical position out of the start, a symmetrical English, and a quick strike with d5. So what's interesting is that Karjakin went for a fianchetto bishop opening against the maestro himself in Dubov, but he wasn't going for the tactical Catalan lines. Instead, he was trying to isolate Dubov's pawn on d5 and play a more strategic positional battle. So I think that's a good choice, generally speaking. I like these types of openings from the white side, but if black is well prepared, and Dubov prepares Magnus Carlsen for world championship matches, so he, if anyone, is very well prepared, that you can neutralize any initial problems that you may face in this opening. So I think it's a good choice, Fiona. What about you?
Yeah, I agree. I think maybe Dubov, I wonder how Dubov operates. If he thinks after a close shave like yesterday, a crazy game, I'm happy to keep it calm today. I guess that's probably not how he operates. But I'm curious, how quickly this developed, and if Karjakin can get anything at all here with the white pieces.
And I think, he called himself a chicken a year ago. He's not playing chicken this year. But this d5 pawn is under attack 3 different times. So this is a good position for newer players or people who are just trying to improve their game to sit and think about, like, wait, this pawn on d5 can be captured, right? That's free. At least I think it's free. And then you need to calculate these decisions, because Dubov didn't just at the board decide to play bishop b6. He has prepared these variations, and Karjakin decided to castle rather than taking on d5. So these are these big moments in chess that often go overlooked because we just gloss over the opening, saying, this is all normal stuff because we know it. But for newer players or for just advancing players, it's really good to calculate, was knight takes d5 an option for white? And you look at the evaluation bar right here, you're like, oh, wait, it's still, black's slightly better, but why? Oh, it's going back to even. Why is that? So it's a really, really excellent position to sit and analyze. And of course, that's our duty. So we'll do it for the audience here. But knight takes d5, of course, is an available option to white in this position. So let's talk about what black can do. You could take on d5 and initiate a queen trade. I think that helps white with the extra material. So what often black does in a position like this is play bishop e6 and just get rapid development here. This knight can take a bishop, it can take a knight, you can choose. But the point is that when we get to such a position, queen takes d1, king takes d1, pawn takes b6, White remains a pawn ahead, but there are tactical issues. This a2 pawn is pinned to the rook, so bishop takes b3 as a threat. There can be a rook on d8 followed by a knight b4 type of move. So all of a sudden, White's king is still in some danger, and there are tactics available to Black, and so White really does not have an advantage here, and the players know these variations.
Yeah, and I think it also brings us back to what we were talking about yesterday, the extra pawn or extra material versus the initiative. And here you can tell, I think one of the things that was difficult for me to understand, and still sometimes is when you give up material. I think when I was young and just in my early years of playing chess, I thought if I give material, I have to get something concrete in return. I have to get some kind of attack. I have to get some kind of threats. Well, in this case, there are threats, as you highlighted, along the A file, but there's just also other problems. There's piece activity. So I think for anyone looking to improve their chess, I think you're absolutely right to try and sit down, look at positions like these and try to understand where does the compensation lie, and why is it good for Black in this case to give up that pawn, and why did White not take it?
Exactly. So White decided, you know what, I don't need those problems. I'll just castle kingside. Black played d4, so the pawn lives on, attacks the knight. Knight goes to the rim, not so dim here because of attacking a bishop. It has a path back towards the center. And then we see castle, bishop g5, h6. We see some swapped pieces. And once these pieces get traded, this is the interesting moment, Fiona, at least from my perspective, is Black is down a pawn and allows White to harm the pawn structure by playing rook to d8 rather than trading on d4. And it's one of these moments that show how well prepared the players are, because a move like rook d8 is what I would say not a natural move. Sure, it puts a rook in an open file, it attacks a queen, but b6 is hanging. Queen takes f6, g takes f6 just doesn't look very appealing to me, and probably to anyone, because your pawns are doubled and isolated over there on the king side. But when you know your variations, when you're backed up by engine analysis, you can make moves like rook d8 much more easily. And rook d8 allowed the queen trade. And here we are where in this position after, clicked the wrong thing. After we get here, now we pause and think, take stock of what's happened. White's a pawn ahead, has a better pawn structure, and yet we see the EVA bar says barely better for White. Like, Fiona, it's the new era of chess. It's with all this engine preparation.
Absolutely.
I have to ask, sorry to interrupt there, but would you actually want to play this position as Black? Because I wouldn't. I'm just going to be honest with you.
You would?
Would not.
Would not. No, I would absolutely not. I would be horrified if you told me I had to play this position as Black. But if we look at it, I guess that one of Black's trumps is what you highlighted in the position we looked at earlier. Black still has that control over the A file. And I guess the Black bishop will come to e6 to try and put some pressure along that diagonal when it's maybe not so easy for White to untangle because of the pressure along the light squares. But no, absolutely, at first sight, I would not. If I had to play this a pawn down, I would prefer that at least my structure on the king side was intact rather than being shattered like that. But as you say, this is modern chess, and I am sure that we can also tell from Daniil Dubov's time management, he's actually up 2 minutes from his starting time. So I think we can trust him that this position is fine, and that, as you say, he has that all of this is backed up by computer analysis.
Yeah, and just to sort of answer a question that I'm sure is being asked is why trade queens? And yes, White is up a pawn, but couldn't White have stolen a second pawn? And the answer is after queen takes b6. It's one of these positions where White has 2 extra pawns, but you see the evaluation bar saying, no advantage here. And there are a bunch of moves. Bishop a6, hitting e2, b2 is under attack and can be captured in the near future. And what often happens is, despite the initial advantage in material, when Black starts attacking things in White's position, even a move like bishop h3 is quite tempting, just going after the vulnerable light squares. Black is able to just start stealing pawns back. So you don't regain all the material on the spot, but you create problems in the positions with a move like bishop to a6, and then the queen eventually taking this pawn on b2. a2 is loose, e2 is loose. And these types of positions are such that black is okay being down a couple pawns to begin with. And to further elaborate on your point, Fiona, that in the event of this bishop coming to e6 in the live game, that this knight wants to stay on b3 because the d2 square is extremely important. You do not want to see that rook land on d2 because then it attacks all the pawns along the second rank. So a move like a3, just saying, I want to move my rook from a1, that will run into a quick bishop e6, and then after the knight moves, rook to d2, and black seizes the initiative with an advantage probably. So it's not an easy position. Black has so many options coming, bishop e6, rook a4, let's double rooks in the a file if we need to get active everywhere. So I think that black's activity makes up for the material disadvantage.
Okay, so we'll come back to here, but it looks like that Daniel Dubov knows exactly what he's doing. I think we could have a quiet game here, but we shall see. Jorden, Robert, shall we check out one of the leaders' games maybe?
At least you didn't call me David, so you have that going for you. I like our bird's eye view here. We can just collect our thoughts about all the games. The Vidit Caruana game, a queen trade is being offered. I didn't have a chance to say this, but what I really was going to say was that I thought Vidit would play a pretty quiet, peaceful game against Caruana. After a very long match yesterday. He did win against Sam Shankland. He probably was quite tired, and you're playing against Fabiano Caruana, who is one of the absolute best players in the world, has been for a long time. So I can understand Vidit's decision to just play something a bit tamer. We will probably tune into that a bit later, but it's not the most exciting game at the moment. Praggnanandhaa, that position against Duda, that position tells me that both players are trying to win this game. They don't want simple draws. They're looking for fighting, interesting chess. And then, of course, we have Mamedyarov against Esipenko, where Esipenko did not take the pawn. And Mamedyarov was like, come on, just take the G pawn. It still can be captured. Two pieces attack it. Only one defends it. I don't think Esipenko wants any part of that pawn.
Very interesting. Shall we maybe start with Praggnanandhaa and Duda, because Praggnanandhaa, the bottom seed of the tournament, but I talked with his coach Ramesh on the first day when the players were being interviewed, and he said, you know, it's really tough for players like Pragg, who barely had the opportunity to play for a couple of years when they were, I mean, Pragg had the same rating pretty much he has today 2 years ago when he was only 14. So I'm really happy that he's getting the opportunity to play here. And probably his rating isn't completely reflecting the strength he has, because he has, of course, been working hard all this time when he wasn't able to play as much as he would have liked.
Especially his rapid rating, which I think is like 2000. It is unbelievable that these young players who play like one rapid or blitz tournament when they're like 8 years old, they get some rating that's like 1700. They're grandmasters and 2600 in classical chess. And then you see Levon Aronian, 2770, Praggnanandhaa, 2000. You're like, sorry, who is he? Wait, that's the same Praggnanandhaa, right? Yeah. So it is very funny when you see, and he did really well in the World Rapid, actually. He was up near the top. So now in this game against Duda, we see Praggnanandhaa focused. He has two nice central pawns, but this is the nature of the semi-Tarrasch. That was the opening played in this game. Many of the top players have chosen this line. I know games between Kramnik and Wesley So, Lenier Dominguez plays these positions. I mean, you can name pretty much the who's who of chess, and they have dabbled with this opening. And Fiona, it has the vibe in a way of like a Grunfeld because of the pawn structure here on the queen side, where white only has one pawn and black has two pawns. So in certain end games, black is very happy to start using an outside passed pawn if you can make one. Whereas in the middle game and at this moment, early in the game, you see that white's pawns restrict black's pieces. That's why we really love having our pawns in the center, because this bishop on b7 is limited in scope thanks to pawn e4. The knight can't jump to a square like d5 because of these pawns. So you like the center for white, but you see black quickly trying to put pressure on it and has control over the open c file. So do you have any experience as either side in this
No,
type of position?
I was going to ask you because I don't have experience in this position from either side. So I was going to ask you if you can maybe explain, because I think very often it's interesting when I look at a position and I'm not entirely sure what are the plans. I can see what you were saying about the white center. And I was curious, what is the plan for black? Is it just to continue putting pressure on the center points? At which point do we want to start using the pawn majority on the queen side? And I also always wonder, how do you decide which pieces do I want to try and exchange as white and as black?
Some great questions. And oh gosh, is it time for that break yet? Because no, but I can answer many of these questions. So you asked really, really good questions, and some of which I admit that without deep study, you won't know the answer to. And you said, oh, can these pawns start pushing up the board? At some point, you would like to do that, but often with so many pieces still remaining, that it's difficult to push, b5 and a5, because as soon as you push a pawn, you create weakened squares. So for example, if you play a5, this b5 square can be controlled by white, and then it's going to be hard to play b5. And if you start with b5, maybe that pawn quickly becomes a target, or you're going to struggle to play a5 next. So you need to be very careful before choosing any sort of pawn push on the queen side. Now, the idea is oftentimes it's for white to push this pawn to d5. And not only is it just gaining space in the center, it often includes a pawn sacrifice. Not in every position, but it's actually quite common for white to play a move like d5 and then follow it up with pawn to e5. So let me just show you what that looks like. I'm going to make an actively bad move, rook to a8. Why would I put my rook in the corner? It's not a good decision, but I just want to show you that after d5, pawn takes d5, the e5 is often played as a response, trying to kick this knight out. The bishop is hemmed in by its own pawn. White gains a ton of space. The knight wants to step in front of this isolated pawn, and you go for an attack. So this is a thematic idea in this type of position where you try to gain space, gain an initiative, and this rook on e3, it may look like initially it's just protecting that pawn that was on e4, but if I can swing it to g3, I can launch a really huge attack, especially with this pawn e5. I can push it to e6, use it as a battering ram, and this king is not going to be very happy on g8. So I did make a purposely bad move for black, playing rook to a8, but I'm just trying to show the consequences. If black isn't careful, if you think I have everything under control as we get to the back to the live position, that, oh, there's nothing going on here. No, you really need to watch out for this move d5. If you gave white a free turn, that could actually be quite devastating for black to deal with.
And I think it's actually really interesting, and I'm really glad that you showed us this line, because I think very often myself, and I'm sure other people as well, look at these kind of positions and think, well, material is even, everything seems quite solid on either side, but very often we underestimate or we fail to see the dangers that lie in such positions and the opportunities. So definitely, I think a very interesting game, this one. And as you say, I think both players taking quite an ambitious approach. Robert, now that I've picked your brains about this position, I think it is time for our first quick break of the day. But don't go anywhere. We have some really, really exciting games. I can't wait to get back to Mamedyarov as one. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. Hello and welcome back to round 2 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2022. Robert, did you use our break to try and calm down after Mamedyarov's 3G4?
Yeah, honestly, I am very happy with the games that we have. We have all 7 on screen for you right now. I couldn't be happier, frankly. I mean, these are great games. They're very exciting. Some games are going to peter out probably into relatively short draws, but you expect that with great preparation. It's hard to get advantages in a bunch of games. So for Vidit against Caruana, for Karjakin against Dubov, those games look like we're heading into territory where the players can shake hands in the relatively near future, but all the other games are really exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I think none as exciting as Mamedyarov Esipenko. During the break, I had a quick look at social media. Twitter, of course, is going absolutely wild. I saw that someone brought up, I forgot now who, but that Mamedyarov 20 years ago, he had played d4, d5, and then g4 on move 2 against a certain Mathieu Cornet, who is also, of course, now a grandmaster. So Shankland, he has a lot of years of experience pushing those G and H pawns. I think he's also lately been playing a lot of early H4 pushes. So after the draw from yesterday, which was certainly exciting, but for him disappointing, he is out for blood today. And Robert, well, we already mentioned it before the break, but Esipenko did not dare taking the pawn on G4.
No, but he did push Mamedyarov's king to F1. So Mamedyarov is not going to be castling. He presumably knew that going into today's game that he would likely not be able to do that. And the G5 pawn is under attack a third time. So if we just go back, G4, what a decision, D5, G5 push, knight d5, and bishop g2. So this was already a moment where that pawn could be captured. But I do like Esipenko's choice. He's not capturing that pawn until he feels good and ready, because as soon as you spend another turn with that knight, you open up this bishop towards the center. All of a sudden, White has a quick initiative going for him, and it's clear that Esipenko does not want to allow Mamedyarov that kind of play. So
I'm sorry, Robert. I started laughing because you were talking about taking that G5 pawn on his own terms, and just as you were saying that, Shankland made his move H4 and said, "Too late now to take that pawn. Here comes Harry."
No, you are correct to say that H4 isn't played, so you're not taking that pawn on G5 ever. Is what is now his claim, right? But look at this, Fiona. Let's be honest. Explaining this to like the newest of new players, when they're like, "Wait, my coach told me to develop my pieces and to castle my king, and to really get everything out there and control the center," and then you see G4, G5, H4. There's a king on F1. What do we make of this?
I mean, I wouldn't know. Thankfully, I'm not a coach, so I don't have to explain it to any students. I also think it's very funny. We see now Esipenko on camera, but a second ago we were looking at Shankland, who looks very, very relaxed. There he is. I think this is his home turf. I think in the more recent years of his career, he had to, of course, he couldn't play the firebrand attacking chess he's always been known for. But I think this is really his bread and butter. I think at his core, in his junior years, Shankland was such an attacking player, and it's an absolute joy to see him. I think for us as chess fans, okay, this is hard to explain to new viewers, but it's so much fun to see this on the board here at the highest level.
It is awesome. I mean, it really is. And you make a good point that he has calmed down in a way with his chess. He's worked with Alexei Dreyev. He's found a more solid approach, but he's getting back to his roots in this game with his G4, G5, all that good stuff. And actually, we can show certain variations that will justify his decision to just push his pawns up the board. For example, let's say after h4, black's like, all right, you're playing this weird style. I'm going to castle because I've been told to castle. And not only is it a reasonable decision to get your king on the center, the move f6, trying to open up the f file, makes perfect sense. You have a knight on e4, there's a king on f1, let's open up the board. But let's say white goes, I don't know, let's say we just trade on d5 and then play the move knight c3. So I'm already trying to win a pawn in the center. You can defend, or you can go for the exact type of line I was talking about with f6. I think after f6, you want to open up the f file, and I guess I'm right because the engine's going up. I was going to play the move g6 and say, you're not opening up my king. I'm going to open up your king. I already showed I'm willing to sacrifice my g pawn on g4, then on g5. Now I'm going to sacrifice it on g6. And if you take it, I'm going to obliterate your king. So this is the style that Mamedyarov is going with, Fiona. And it's really difficult for Esipenko to meet this over the board.
I mean, I was just thinking, you know, when absolutely, and I think Esipenko is in a difficult situation. I think the position might be fine, all that, but I was thinking Shahryar Mamedyarov was already playing this kind of chess years before Esipenko was even born.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm very curious to see how he's going to deal with this. Certainly very scary. Another thought I was having is Shahryar Mamedyarov here is seconded by his good friend and a longtime Azerbaijan teammate, Grandmaster Rauf Mamedov. And I was just wondering, I wish I could be a fly on the wall last night or this morning when they sit down and they go, okay, so we're white against Esipenko. What are we going to do? d4, knight f6, c4, e6. What could we play here? And I would love to see what the thought process is, like how they cooperate to come up. If this is Shah just being like, look, I want to go g4, can you look this up, make it work the best you can, or what the process is?
I think those conversations can go something like this. Now, come on, be serious. Like, you know, I'm trying to play good chess. No, seriously, it's interesting. No, you're an idiot. No, we're not doing that. And then, you know, 30 minutes later, I'm an idiot. This is wonderful. Let's do it. You know, it's like, it's one of these things. And as I've coached, I've worked with very strong players, that sometimes you just have to come up with out of the box ideas that at first you're like, no way, like this goes against all my principles, everything I've learned. But then when you get a position like this, that's actually quite justified by the engine, or even if it says you're slightly worse, it's really complex. And so that puts the burden on Esipenko in this case to find the correct responses. And Mamedyarov is up nearly 40 minutes on the clock. We're on move 7, and Esipenko has an hour left, but he's going to keep eating into his time, trying to figure out, do I castle here? Should I start with a move like f6? Do I really even want to play f6? When somebody attacks me on the flank, you're supposed to strike in the center. Can I play for c5? Is it too early? These are difficult questions to answer, and I'm asking them only semi-rhetorically, but that's what's going through Esipenko's mind. How do I deal with this opening that is extremely odd, but now that we're here, you start justifying your opponent's decisions, and now you need to come up with ideas for yourself.
Absolutely. And Robert, I'm going to go out. I'm going to predict a Mamedyarov win today, and I know you love predictions, so I'm very, very curious about yours.
Ooh, you know, I do have a lot of faith in Andre. He is a fantastic player, but I'm going to agree with you. I think that body language here says a lot. Esipenko looks mighty uncomfortable, and it is an uncomfortable position to be in, both over the board, like the situation we have after 7 moves, but just the notion that, wait, Shah probably has this prepared another how many moves? I mean, am I going to castle and then eventually get checkmated? Of course, there's much more to the game than Mamedyarov just getting whatever he wants. But look at the guy. He's so friendly. Like, you know, give the man what he wants. And that's a dub with the white pieces.
It's so funny. I mean, if you just saw the camera footage of Shahryar, you would think, okay, he probably has some, you know, a slow Italian game or something solid, maybe the London on the board, you know, a quiet day at the office. But no, not quite.
Yeah, it's like this is a wild position, and he's acting as if he's been here 50 other times. But that's Mamedyarov for you. He doesn't need to calculate just yet, and he's very happy with the outcome of this opening.
Absolutely. Well, I suggest we come back here a little bit later. I think, Andre, one of the dangers really for him in this position is that he invests too much time. As you mentioned, he's already down 40 minutes on the clock, and we're only on move 7. So he's going to have to pick it up, but it's just so much easier said than done, because obviously we are not the ones who are sitting at the board. And and very interesting, he does castle kingside.
Oh, I mean, it's of course a move to consider, and it's the one that I played on the analysis board. But on one hand, makes sense. You're castling, you're getting your rook involved. On the other, it's like, is that playing into Schach's hands? Because he puts his pawns at g5 and h4. He wants to attack you. Now, if black doesn't touch the f pawn, it's not going to be easy to attack the king, right? G6 is a hard move to make happen with a pawn on f7 and on h7. If you ever play h5, finally, that g5 pawn will be captured. But I do like the move knight c3, either after taking on d5 first or playing it right away. The reason I didn't play it right away was I was worried that after the swap of knights, maybe black could even consider taking this pawn on c4 and trying to open up the middle of the board, because there's a king on f1. That king can't castle. I do want to get after that king, but maybe I shouldn't be so direct. So that's why I like taking on d5 first, then following up with knight c3 and trying to start pressuring black's center.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I think your explanation does make a lot of sense. I'm curious what Schach is going to play. I'd be shocked if he was if he hadn't looked at this position when he decided to go for g4. So we'll come back here. I expect a rather quick move, but very, very exciting stuff. Shall we check in maybe with Jorden van Foreest? Or let's go to the bird's eye view first and see if we've had any developments elsewhere, and I'll actually let you pick a game, Robert.
I knew that's where that was going, and I was actually about to compliment you, because I thought going to the bird's eye view, not just because our producers and graphics team did such a great job with the layout, because then you don't have to say, let's go to this game, and then we go there and it's not that interesting. Now we can look in advance and then pick. The game you mentioned was Jorden van Foreest with Rapport. That's still early. It's actually quite an interesting dynamic thus far, but I have my eyes on the Vidit Caruana game, and not because it's the most exciting of positions, but because it might be one of the last times we can look at that game. Pieces have been traded, no queens, challenges along the open D file. So let's pull up that game here and say, well, Fabiano has moved very quickly. Clearly, he's in his preparation, and 5 pawns, 2 rooks, a bishop, and a king per side. Symmetrical structure, more or less. And this looks to me like it should be a relatively simple draw.
I agree. And I think it really is down a lot to what you were saying earlier. Vidit played such a long game yesterday. It was a very intense game. I think Sam defended well and really took it out of Vidit. So I think these things are just part of the game. He is an early tournament leader, but he is facing Fabiano Caruana, the second seed here, you know, one of the very best players in the world. So I think it makes sense to take a solid approach as white. See also what's Fabi going to do, but if Fabi is happy to play a solid line, it looks to me like both players here will be happy with a draw, and I would be shocked if this game went on much longer.
As long as Fabiano doesn't go full Bobby Fischer and take on H2, this game should be quite an easy hold for him. And we should actually go through quickly how he got here, because the game itself had some key moments. It's not like they just initially wanted to trade all the pieces and make a draw. They got to a position, as we scroll through here. So this type of position here in the semi-Slav, like, it's actually quite interesting, because black's bishop on c8 is stuck behind a wall of light square pawns, and white, after castling, is met by this move e5. So Black recognizes that you can't just sit passively and hope that everything's going to be okay. In this type of position, Fabiano decides that I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to strike in the center. And after c takes d5, c takes d5, move e4 was played. Like, this is a hectic position. Pawns are all staring at each other in the center 4 squares. And Fabiano had this worked out to the point where he realized he didn't need to be too worried, even though White has a queen on c2, a bishop on d3 lined up towards the king side over here. It's not a position where he has to fret, because after the trades on e4, he simply took and played the move h6. So honestly, when I see this position, optically, it looks good for White, because we are going to get rid of our isolated pawn soon. And I have a bishop on e4 and you have a bishop on c8. But you need to come up with something concrete. Otherwise, Black is going to finish the development and then say, we've traded off a lot of material. I have no weaknesses. You have no weaknesses. It's going to be equal. So I thought the way, Fiona, that Fabi handled the next few moves was great, where he just develops his knight to f6 after this position, which looks even better for White. I'm going to pause. Fiona, when you look at this position, because I know when I do, I'm like, White has to be better, right?
Absolutely. And then you pause again and you see who's playing here is Black. Oh, Fabiano, one of the best prepared players in the world. How much time has he spent to get here? None. Okay, then we probably trust him.
We do trust him for sure. And it's also one of these positions where if you haven't been diving too deeply in your analysis, initially the engine could say like White is quite a deal better. And I could imagine that being the case. Like when the engine is thinking back here, and let's say you just get, okay, White has a slight edge, I'll figure it out, because we can't prepare every single variation ever. So we just sort of go to the, all right, looks good, is verified, let's go for it. But then we keep going, and Fabiano clearly has looked deeply into this line, because knight f6, attacking this bishop. Okay, the bishop goes to f5, because he probably didn't want to see bishop g4 happen, things like that. He plays bishop f5, and then after queen a5, he's attacking the bishop, forcing a trade. And once the trade happens, we can see that Black is in no danger whatsoever, taking with the F rook. That's an instructive moment, because the A pawn may need a defender. Let's take with the F rook so that that pawn is protected. And then as the game went on, queen d5. Again, the A7 pawn is defended because the A rook is still here, and Black took with the F rook. So these little moments are, if we're not prepared, let's say we actually played this game without any previous knowledge, we might just take with the A rook, an instinct. We wouldn't even think about it. We'll take with the A rook, but it was important for him to take with the F rook. Now he plays queen d5. Sure, White can take on f6 and hurt Black's king side, but Black can do the same over here on the queen side. And so the game just now is a bunch of trades.
I'm sorry, Robert, to interrupt you, but I was hearing some commotion nearby, which is the player's entrance and exit. So we've had our first result of the day. If we pull up the bird's eye view, the game between Sergei Karjakin and Daniil Dubov, I think unsurprisingly has ended in a draw. And well, no need to go there on camera, because we just heard the players leave the building. So maybe we can quickly go back there if you want and see how that game ended.
Sure. No surprises. As you said, the game was pretty good preparation by Dubov in particular. This is where we left off, and the game continued rook to d1. And that's sort of an admission that I'm not going to be able to win this game, because after rook d1, rook takes a2 would be a huge blunder. Rook d8 check will scoop up this bishop on c8, but bishop e6, now the pawn can't go to a3 because the knight on b3 is under attack. And now after knight to c1, trying to protect the pawn, Black still takes it. This is not a Fischer bishop. After b3, the bishop can actually sneak to b1, or the rook can come to a3 to attack the pawn. But Karjakin said, let's just do this thing. Let's make the draw. King g7, protecting this pawn on f6. c6 will fall, so will b2. And then the game is just a draw, because at this point, it is rook 4. And yes, Black has a pass pawn, but these players know rook endgames inside and out. There's no way to win this position, especially with shattered pawns on the king side.
Absolutely. So no additional drama here today in the Dubov-Karjakin saga. A peaceful draw between the two players. And, well, let's bring back the bird's eye view again, Robert, and let's see what updates do you see. Where would you like to go next?
Well, we should definitely go to one of the games we haven't looked at yet, and that is Shankland against Grandelius and Rapport against Van Foreest. The other games we've at least taken some look at, and I mean, honestly, those games are still very tense. No, has a single piece been traded in either game? No.
No, incredible. Shall we start with Van Foreest, who is one of our early door leaders? And Shankland Grandelius, also an interesting clash, of course, between two players who lost their respective games yesterday. So it's also always interesting how much risk they are willing to take.
No, that's very true. And here we have Van Foreest with the black pieces against Rapport. And honestly, this looks too normal to be a Rapport position. I'm used to Richard playing all sorts of different openings and novelties and just kind of with a flair. And here I was like, wait, this is just solid. Why is he doing that? Maybe it's because he lost yesterday. But either way, we're only on move 10, Fiona, and the players have been thinking quite a bit. And when you look at this position, 0 pieces have been traded. What's your first read of the situation?
Well, I see that both players, well, black has already gotten the king into safety. White still has to decide what he wants to do with the bishop from f1. Is that going to go either to e2 or d3, or might we see the bishop fianchetto? I see that white has 2 kind of pawns in the center, so on d4 and c4. But black has already thrown 1 piece into the opponent camp. The knight has made its way to e4. So yeah, those are the things I see. I always find it sort of hard to judge who do I like better. I think if Jorden follows this up with some f5, some pushes, some pawn pushes, then you might get to convince me that I like black better. But for now, as always, I'm kind of curious as to your insights and what the ideas for both sides are here.
You know, Fiona, we've known each other for a long time now, and I'm getting the sense that you like attacking chess. Something leads me to
Robert, that. How do you get that idea?
You're like, oh, f5, then I'll take black there. And, I agree. If white isn't careful because white's king is still in the center, then black can really start seizing the initiative and going for an attack. And the reason why is how this opening went. This knight on f3, it actually didn't just go knight g1 to f3. It went knight h4, and then it returned to f3. So white has spent a bunch of moves with this one piece. And black, on the other hand, went bishop f5, and then bishop back to e6 once that bishop was attacked. So we can actually very quickly go through the opening here, that the bishop came out to f5, and then Rapport went knight to h4. So attacking the bishop, sending it back to e6, and then played e3. But something that's interesting is that after this sequence here, which is all very normal moves by both sides, that I would think that you wanted to kick this bishop away so you could play bishop d3 yourself. Now, bishop d3 isn't that appealing when black has this pawn structure here with the fianchetto, because you're staring into a wall of pawns. But then why did you go knight h4? That's a little unclear to me. And after rook c1, knight e4, you can take on e4, but look at your knight on h4. I don't think you're very happy because your knight's about to be trapped by the move g5. Your king's still in the center, so queen a5 check. You have to watch out for that at any moment. The move c5 is on the docket thanks to the open bishop. Ooh, that's not a right diagonal. That is, though. The bishop on g7. So black is clearly better in a situation like this, which is why instead he returned knight to f3. But as we see this position, like the bishop went to f5 back to e6, that knight went to h4 back to f3, but it doesn't really feel, to me at least, Fiona, that white has gained from it. And I would start with move queen a5 for black, probably.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And I guess what you're saying is this was an opening success for Jorden with the black pieces, who seems to maybe have equalized already here.
Yeah, and there have been 0 trades. So really what happens from now will be consequential.
There he goes, Robert. Just as you said it, queen a5 is on the board.
It's a hard move not to play because you're attacking a pawn on a2 while pinning this knight on d2. And with this knight on e4, there are no bishop c3 moves, which would be a very good response if this knight were not here. So the pin exists. The pawn is under attack, and will white spend another turn pushing a pawn instead of making his way towards castling by playing a3, where eventually he could play b4. But I think that black has zero to worry about. Everything is protected, and yeah, it's looking solid.
I said maybe Jorden equalized already, maybe already more than equalized, but yeah, Jorden, after his win from yesterday, certainly got a nice position out of the opening here today. We are going to go for a quick break now. During the break, you will see our producer, Bigfoot, checking in with the challengers, telling you what's happened in that group yesterday, and we'll be back in just a few minutes, so we'll see you then.
Yes, welcome everyone. This is Check Up with the challengers. Each day next to the Masters, we'll also have challenger games ongoing. And every day we're going to look at them, have a little bit of a check-up, and see how they are doing. And today, we're having a look round one. It was Aaron Lamy against Bjerbull. And everybody, Aaron Lamy is a well-known Dutch grandmaster, also is Bjer. They're both trying to fight hard and violently to get to the top place. And we all know the saying, nobody notices a common housefly until it ruins a good bowl of soup. And these are trying to get it going. And I picked out this game. It's very interesting, to say the least. They're both very solid, very active. See a double pawn here on b3 and b2. And after the move c5, the eval bar is shooting up, because after a simple capture here, and we go back, we actually have rook a3. We're going to pin down on that a7 pawn. Rook b8, rook a1. And we're actually going to go in for that pawn. h6 is a quick, quiet move to make sure we don't get any hassle on the king side. And after we get some trades here, and we go back, knight to d2, and we're solid. We defended our pawn. It is a double pawn, so the rook does have some lift over, but we see the evaluation. It's +1, so that would be a great move. But white had a quick idea about this pin here on a c8 and a d7 file with this bishop right here. So what happened in the game? d5, they traded off, and after all that, we have a bishop to g4, hitting that bishop with a rook on d7 and the rook on c8. And black said, that's fine, because right after here, bishop e6, I'm going to be incredibly solid. These pawns are going to swing in here. There's no entryway. There's going to be a very weak d4 score. I'm going to play a knight. I'm going to play my bishop. I'm going to dominate you right here. This is absolute perfect play. He's a pawn. He also has an extra pawn for the exchange. So black is actually very solid. You also see the bar is agreeing with me. It's a 0.0. Now, some moves were played. And we actually have right here, bishop takes d4. And knight d6. And we can already see here, this bishop is an absolute beast. An absolute monster. It cuts off the king right here. There's a beautiful synchronization here on the king side for black. And they're pushing. White doesn't really have any entryways. So black is in a very good position. However, we had an over-the-board mouse slip, as it seems, because of the move a5. Now a5 makes it that the knight goes to b5. This bishop gets traded off. Which is the strongest piece on the board. This pawn will fall afterwards, and this is what happens. Now, the idea, presumably after a5, is that, let's say rook a1, hitting that a7 pawn. We saw the trick earlier, trying to double up with the rooks. Going for that pawn, Aaron probably thought, well, might as well play a5, solid my position. Completely missing knight b5, unfortunately. A move that would have been interesting, and would have been better, is actually the move bishop to h8. Now, a quick question, why not bishop to g7? That's purely because of this knight to e8. And again, you're going to trade off the rook for that bishop, which is not something that we would like in this position. So bishop h8, and after knight to b5, that is a bishop that cannot go to b5. I have tried it. Chess.com software is not letting me. Rook to b7. We're going to kick out that knight at some point. We have a very nice idea of looking at b2, so this rook is kind of stuck. We're going to start marching these pawns down on the king side, and we have a perfectly fine position. However, it did not pan out because of a5. It was traded off. This pawn will fall. The king's coming in. And actually, it was a very nice ending. Here at the end of the bishop h3, we went back. The rook all the way to the back rank, is trying to go for the checkmate. Now let's see how that plays out. The king goes to g4, saw the checkmate, and thought, well, I'm just going to head out. And his pawns start pushing. And after a few checks and move, g6, this is where white resigned, because it's impossible to stop this checkmate from coming. If you think like, well, I'm just going to run up. If you're going to give a check, it's going to be annoying, but at least right now I'm safe. That's not going to happen, because I will chase you down all the way after king h6. I'm going to promote, and again, there's this checkmate. There's nothing you can do about it if you think, well, I'm going to give a quick check, trying to make life a little bit uneasy for you. That's not going to happen, because the king is safe, and checkmate will be delivered on the next move. A fantastic move, fantastic game. Absolutely fantastic game by Jonas. He's been playing fantastic in that. I said fantastic a lot of times, because it was a fantastic game. Aaron's going to try to beat it back. We have 3 winners in the first round. And we'll be back soon to see who won, who's going to get it to the Masters.
Chess.com's coverage of 2022 Candidates Tournament is coming this June. Watch all the top players you see on screen in front of you, plus 2 more to be decided by the FIDE Grand Prix. So the candidates are in June. Chess.com/TV you'll be able to join exclusive footage of the playing hall and expert commentary on every move. And you'll also be able to enjoy coverage of the FIDE Grand Prix. The leg 1 begins February 3rd. It will include players like Vidit Gujrathi, Hikaru Nakamura, and many more stars in the chess world as they vie for those last 2 spots in the candidates. Fiona, I know we're in the middle of Tata Steel. We just started, but I'm really excited for those other events as well.
I'm super excited. Of course, I love being here at Tata Steel. Oh, I got sidetracked there by a second draw appearing. I think we had called it. Vidit and Caruana looked very, very equal last time we were there. It makes a lot of sense. So 2 draws here so far between Vidit and Caruana and Karjakin and Dubov. But yeah, absolutely so excited for the candidates tournament, figure out who's going to be the next challenger. I think everyone is so excited to see Ali Reza playing his first candidates. And as you said, who is going to fill in those last 2 spots? Is it going to be someone who's here or not? We shall find out throughout February and March. But for now, back to the bird's eye view. Robert, what do you make of the developments?
Well, there are many. 2 games in the books. We know about that, as you just mentioned. And I mean, the game between Shankland and Grandelius, we haven't actually looked at it yet. So maybe that's where we should start, because Sam Shankland and Niels Grandelius both lost their games yesterday, and they're in a battle right now. They are not playing a peaceful game. It didn't have a single trade for a long time, but on move 15 here, Fiona, the move F5 was just played. So first glance, would you prefer to have the black side of this position?
Yes, Robert, absolutely. You know me well. I see a pawn on e5, especially a pawn on f5, and I like it. I was thinking, actually, and you probably can confirm this, but the 2 players, if I'm not mistaken, were both part of Team Carlsen in 2016 for the match against Karjakin. So they must know each other reasonably well, but I think both of them such fighting players, so I'm not surprised that we have a battle on our hands here today.
And if you're Sam Shankland after yesterday's defeat, you look at this pairing, you have the white pieces, so that's the first bit of good news, and you're playing someone lower rated than you are in the tournament. Most players in the field over 2,700. Niels Grandelius, incredibly strong. Last year actually was leading the tournament early, but he is one of the lower rated players in the field. So if you just think about tournament strategy for Sam Shankland, it's probably a game he feels like he'd really like to get, as there are no easy customers, period. But as far as the pairings go, this is, I guess, one of the quote unquote better ones. But by the position, Fiona, I also like this for black, because I see a rook on b7, and typically we don't like fianchettoed rooks, but I see that future. That rook is coming over to f7, especially if a knight comes to d5 for white and we trade knights. Over to the king side, that rook goes, and I'm feeling really good. As you mentioned, the pawns on e5 and f5, black just has more space, and more advanced pawns.
Yeah, I really like this for black. I also think that bishop on g7 for now is looking down at the undefended knight on c3. Of course, for the moment, there's still a couple of black pieces in the way. But no, I really like this. And to me, it's another reason I like this for black. It's not immediately clear to me how white wants to proceed, what white's plan is.
I think with a knight on c3 and e3, a knight's coming to d5, that feels kind of necessary, not just desired, because black might have f4, f3 type of ideas if you're not careful. I mean, if the first move will attack the knight, the second move might shatter white's pawn structure and open up the king. And the f3 square is a light square. There's no light square bishop. That bishop on g2 was traded for a bishop on b7. And that means that moves like f4, f3 are actually even more dangerous, especially if this queen can join the party on the light squares.
What do you make of Sam's body language here? We see him very focused, just leaning back there now. I don't know Sam too well. I guess you know him a lot better. Can you read anything into him?
I think that body language is still from yesterday's game. And that sounds like a joke, right? But some players are really good at just washing away the past and being like, today's a new game, I have to focus. Some players are a bit more emotional, and also results can rattle them. And Sam is a fantastic player, extremely well prepared. I don't think he gets enough credit for how strong he is, because people often just chalk it up to, oh, he prepares really hard. And that's meant as something a bit like derogatory, but also hard work is a skill, and he has really perfected that skill. And he did just play the move knight to d5. So I think that he's not happy about his position right now, and he shouldn't be, because he's objective. He's playing a game of chess. But I do think that yesterday's results is probably still lingering in the back of his mind. And as he did just play the move knight to d5, he justified his setup with pawn, knight, knight. That square is going to be under a white's control. And if we think about what trades we want, you've asked this question before, and we should always ask ourselves this question. Ideally, this knight goes away for this bishop, and then we trade knights. So just to force that, bear with me. I know it's a bad move. I just want to show you, everybody, that if knight b3 is played, and then we get this trade here, this is what white would love to see. The knight on d5 against a bishop that can never attack it, because that white knight has an outpost, and that bishop is staring into just the thin air, not attacking anything. So this is the ideal transition that Shankland wants to go for.
And of course, Niels is not going to oblige. So how do you, as black, well, of course, I guess you can still take on d5, but then how do you proceed after that? Or do you even not want to take on d5 at all?
I guess you probably will take on d5, just because at this point, bishop g5 looks like an annoying threat. And I'd rather just get rid of that threat altogether. And in the event of a trade here, and in fact, Niels has just played knight takes d5, this rook can swing to f7. And the threat is stronger than the execution, they say. f4 may be a good move at some point, but you don't want to rush that decision, because as soon as you play f4, we talked about the d5 square as an outpost, then e4 is hard for black to cover, in addition to d5, in addition to g4. So f4 is a very committal choice, and maybe black wants to play h5, h4. Go full alpha zero. Let's push that h-pawn up the board, go for an attack. I don't see why not, and I really don't have plans to speak of for white. One is to eventually try to chisel at the queen side with a4, a5, but black's initiative looks really powerful here. I would certainly take Niels' position.
Yeah, Niels is a dynamic player, so I think he will be very happy with what he's gotten here. Sam is hesitating, but he has just recaptured with the knight on d5, and I like your suggestion a lot of rook f7, but we will come back here and see what Niels decides. He's currently away from the board, so a good opportunity for us to jump around, maybe go back to Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri, who we haven't seen in a little while.
We'll definitely go right there, because that game is actually heating up a bit. And the move knight b6, we were talking earlier about what black's idea was, and he put his pawn a6 rather than a5. So just to go to that moment, bishop c6, bishop a3, queen c2 is where we left off. And Anish said, I'll continue my development. I'm not scared. Knight to d7. Rook to c1 was played, which is such an interesting choice, as you don't need the rook there to attack the pawn, but he's forcing Anish's hand in a way. He's like, make your intentions clear to me. If you play knight b6 trying to defend the pawn, then I play a5 and kick your knight out of here. So if you play a5, now I know for certain you're putting your pawn on a5, and maybe that is what Magnus wanted, but instead Anish played a6, because now black is ready to play b5 and defend that pawn, and that's why Magnus finally takes. Anish plays knight to b6, and now there is a problem with a fork, and queen c3. Have the pawn. I don't care about it, says Magnus. It's doubled. It's isolated. You can have that one, but look at the center. That's what often these games come down to.
Robert, I'll have to ask you once again, because I think it's, again, a move that's kind of hard to understand. I understand you give up the pawn on a4. You had no choice. But why would you put the queen on a square where it's going to be under attack if the knight takes?
I wish you didn't ask me that question. It's a really good one. The choice of where to move the queen, right? We have c5. I'll just put the sort of the squares that you can go to, all of these. Like, how do you choose between these squares? It looks like Wordle. I'm playing the new game that everyone's obsessed with and trying to figure out what's the correct order of things. And it's not easy. Queen to b4 or queen to b3 have merit in the sense that, if I just show, knight takes a4 doesn't work because the rook takes c6. That would be a huge blunder. White scoops off 2 minor pieces for the rook and is just completely winning, as you see the eval bar go sky high. So queen to keeping in touch with a4 while opening the c file will prevent black from taking on a4 with the knight. But if you play queen b3, then the bishop can take with the tempo. If you play queen b4, a knight can come to d5, or a pawn can come to a5 with tempo, and then a4 will fall anyway. So what Magnus does here with queen c3 is he's inviting knight takes a4 with tempo. That seems like the absolute most obvious move ever. And what I'm starting to wonder, Fiona, and this is a bit deep, is he about to sacrifice an exchange? Is knight takes a4, queen b3, now rook takes c6 is the threat. I mentioned it just before. And if knight returns to b6, is there something to be said for an exchange sacrifice on c6 and a knight to e5 taking this pawn, or rook to c1 taking this pawn, claiming that the minor pieces are actually just as good as the rook because the rooks don't have too many squares to work with right now? I see the evaluation bar saying something. These evaluation bars typically on a relatively low depth, especially compared to what these top GMs use, their neural nets and leaving the engines on, not just, for a few minutes, but all night to verify the lines. I could see something like this happening and Magnus going for it. He did go for something like this against Jan Nepomniachtchi in that very topsy-turvy game too.
Absolutely. I mean, I like the look of this. This is a very nice bishop pair for white, especially, of course, the bishop on g2 looking down the light squares towards a8. And while you were explaining all this, I was looking a little bit at Anish on the camera, who looks somewhat perplexed, like he keeps doing this faces, and he's just about to take the pawn on a4. I guess it will be with the knight.
Yes. we were blocked.
The moment
by
got ruined, but the knight is on a4. So knight takes a4 was played. And I like your idea. I'm very curious if Magnus is going to go for that. I guess at this point, if Magnus wants to give up the exchange, there is nothing Anish can do about it. Or am I wrong?
No, you're right that he can't. I don't think there's anything he can do about it. But maybe Anish has calculated that, said that's fine for me. I'm not too worried. And those kind of exchange sacrifices aren't as much about the moment. Like in that moment, black may actually be slightly better, but the moves seem more difficult to play for black, and that can lead to a nagging positional bind that white can have, and that's where the compensation is. And Magnus gets back to the board. I'll be curious to see how quickly he plays. Another idea he can go for is like queen c2, rook e1, pawn e4. It feels slower, but maybe he's able to get away with that, because typically the way queen c2 is met is with a move like bishop e4. You can't do that initially because the knight is hanging on a4, and you can't do it after even retreating the knight because then c7 is loose. So I could see him retreating queen c2. I'm now very intrigued by the exchange sacrifice, and I'm sure Magnus is as well.
And he's making his move quickly. I think it's queen b3. Yeah, queen b3. You know, Robert, I'm curious about your thoughts on this. I have a feeling it's not completely out of the question that Magnus could have had this position on the board before. We know how extensively he has prepared for the world champ, and that the Catalan was a part of that. So do you think there's a chance that Magnus, even if he didn't have it on the board this morning, that he has seen this position before?
It's a great question, because we look at the clocks. Magnus has spent over 20 minutes at this point, and well over 20 minutes if you include increment. So that may indicate to some that he's not in his preparation. He's spending time. He's calculating over the board. But Fabiano gave great insight into this during the World Championship when he was saying that, no, I wouldn't be surprised if this is still preparation. You're just remembering your lines, because you don't want to mix up one variation for another, where in one variation, you should push this doubled A pawn to A4, but another you shouldn't. So like these little things have the biggest consequences at this high level. So to answer your question, I think he could be still in preparation. I can't say with any certainty, but giving up a pawn in this manner, if he does go rook takes c6, then I will really believe that he is within his preparation. And as you said, it's an opening he was playing during the World Championship.
Absolutely. I think the last couple of moves, the speed with which he went for this queen c3, queen b3, of course he could have come up with it over the board and calculated all out beforehand, but if I was Anish Giri, I would start getting a little bit worried right now.
Yes, because Anish is looking, oh, is rook takes c6 about to happen? And if it is, and I'm afraid of it, how can I stop it? And I'm not really seeing easy ways. A move like queen to d5 looks pretty awkward to my eyes, and perhaps it doesn't even stop the sacrifice, but like you're walking into a diagonal where there's a bishop. So if that knight moves out the way, that could be some trouble eventually. So I don't really know if Anish can get away with the move queen to d5, because just going forward with this exchange sacrifice, if you take on b3, I take with the pawn, and then your knight's still under attack. So I get 2 pieces for the rook. And if you take the rook, then knight e5, I'm going for your b7 pawn. Queen b5 looks necessary, and it's a mess. Yeah. And that's a queen b5, let's say I even play queen c2, drop back, your knight's awkward, rook b1 happening, b7 is loose, c7 is loose. I mean, this, just from an energetic standpoint, looks so nice for white.
Absolutely, and I wouldn't be surprised if something like this happens. I think Anish also is running a risk here on the clock. He is currently down half an hour, but this looks like the kind of position where he's going to be needing to invest a lot more time than Magnus, who seems very at home these days in these positions where he gives up some material, gets the initiative, gets very active piece play. So, yeah, Anish, well, you called it a couple of hours ago, Robert. I think accuracy today, plenty more accuracy will be needed from Anish. We'll come back here. Shall we bring back the bird's view again and see what's been happening elsewhere?
Sure. And we know we had 2 draws already, 2 very tame games between Vidit and Caruana, and then also Karjakin and Dubov. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't analyze those games, because we take for granted some key moments by just pressing the next arrow and not actually analyzing the games themselves. But as we look at the games that remain, in Praggnanandhaa against Duda, we see some pair of bishops have been traded, but we still have the dynamic we talked about earlier with the e4 and d4 pawns for white, so an extra pawn in the center, but an extra queenside pawn for black. And that dynamic will remain and will be very important as the game continues. I do like Praggnanandhaa's position for the moment, at least, and Rapport and Van Foreest. They're moving slowly in terms of move number, but that position is heating up fast. Mamedyarov and Esipenko, that one's slowing down though.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not too many moves have happened after castles. It looks like, maybe we can quickly go there and then go to Praggnanandhaa, because only a couple of moves have been played. And I think today, Robert, You know me well. I'm a fan of a couple of things. I love my attacking chess, and I love me some good time travel as a chess fan. And I think today there's a lot of games where we've only played quite few moves, and maybe it's a good moment to very quickly remind our viewers of what the format here is, what the time control is. So it is a 14-player single round robin, and the time control, it is a long one, 100 minutes for the first 40 moves, 50 minutes for the next 20, and then an additional 15 minutes on move 60 with a 30-second increment from move 1. But that doesn't mean the players are not going to get in time trouble. And I think today, get ready for that fourth hour of play, because I think there's going to be a lot of players in time trouble today, most likely including these two.
Yes, because we're only on move 8. That was the move that was just played. And now Mamedyarov is the one sitting and thinking. So Esipenko, he was surprised by the opening, but now that we're here, you could argue that he won the opening battle. He's not in any danger in terms of king safety. His position looks very solid. And so how do we justify all of this craziness from Mamedyarov? I'm almost wondering, and look, he's already played many moves that go against principles. Like, can he just take this and then play knight c3 and go for the pawn? It's greedy chess. It's saying that I'm not going to go checkmate you. I've moved my king. I've already moved my pawns up the board instead of developing. But can he actually take this knight and after pawn takes e4, give up his fianchettoed bishop and all these light squares, and then just play a move like knight c3, going right after the pawn? It's risky, but I could see this being a good try for Mamedyarov, especially considering that he's not going to get that attack that he wanted. So Fiona, bishop pairs we know and we love, but what do you think about trying to go for this pawn e4?
Yeah, the problem I see with this position, of course, I would prefer not to give up the bishop here, but it's not so clear to me if I don't take on e4. What do I proceed? If we go back maybe for a second to the current position on the board, I don't know if what you said earlier is still an option to take on d5 and play knight c3, but it is starting to feel a little bit slower as Black is consolidating his position with every move. And to be honest, I'm very surprised. Shahryar spent 16 minutes on knight h3, and now he's once again deep in thought. And I'm curious what could have surprised him here out of the moves that Black played. Like, surely he must have looked at castle. So yeah, I'm very curious what's going on here in this battle, but I agree with you that I know it was only a couple of moves ago that I called a white win, but I think Esipenko has handled himself well, and I think Shahryar will need to show us something here quite soon.
Yeah, you're right, because if he prepared this line, I mean, castling was a pretty normal option from Esipenko. Esipenko has done nothing out of the ordinary. So to think for such a long time when playing knight h3, it may mean that Mamedyarov's out of his preparation, and that's not a good sign for him, because if he can't make the situation a bit clearer, his king is way worse off, and at some point f6 might be an idea, and even if not for f6, Black will just continue developing. So it looks like a move has in fact just been played, and queen c2 was that, and I see the eval bar starting to hover in Black's favor here, but we can tell what Mamedyarov's up to. He is going after this knight. I would, if I were Esipenko, think about retreating the knight to d6, putting immediate pressure on the c4 pawn, and then knight can go to a square like f5 and attack d4. I just feel like White is underdeveloped, and I think that Black's better.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I still think that that there is also a psychological aspect here of playing this position over the board against Shahryar Mamedyarov, who is so well known for his attacking chess, for his uncompromising chess. So I still think the position isn't completely comfortable, but I agree with you that Andre, despite his young age, already a very experienced player. We have seen last year he's not afraid of anyone. He can take down the world champion. He can take down the best in the world. And he doesn't look too stressed.
And he shouldn't. Just to quickly show what this looks like, knight d6 attacks a pawn. If you say, oh, I'm going to push my pawn here. Then knight f5 attacks d4 and h4. Like, you have to be very careful as white because your whole position can fall apart. Look at the eval. We made two pretty normal looking moves, and it's saying that black is just crushing. So I would not like to be in this position for Mamedyarov anymore. Knight d6, and if the pawn takes on d5, this pawn takes back, and now my bishop is open. I can go to f5. This e file is black's for the taking, and there's just no attack. So I'm really liking Esipenko's chances right now.
Oh, and a big thank you. We don't usually do shout outs on stream, but a big shout out to Daniel Wrench, who has just subscribed for 50 months, a nice and round anniversary. Danny, good to have you here with us. Thank you for subscribing. And actually,
sorry, the real question is, why was he not already subscribed?
Very true. But no, welcome, Danny. And actually, we're going to go on a quick break soon, but I just wanted to ask you one last question about this game, Robert. It is about that move knight h3, because I feel like that was the turning point. We left off after castles. We kind of like white, and we come back. Knight h3 has been played, and we sort of changed our minds. So I'm just curious, what do you think is the idea behind knight h3?
The knight can go to f4. So knight f3 would seem like a more natural developing square, but you want to think about the prospects of your pieces. So I do think that with knight h3, maybe he had some ideas of going to f4, and that puts pressure on d5. Maybe that knight can go to h5 later, or just try to initiate an attack. But no, I don't know. Knight h3 is not the first move that I would have considered. But even after knight h3, after c6, I think that if you're getting into a position like this, at some point you need to create some problems for black. But yeah, I'm with you, Fiona. The move knight h3 feels quite obscure, and it's not a move that I would have chosen.
Well, time will tell what's going to happen here. At the moment, Esipenko is the one thinking after queen c2. Let's take a quick look at the bird's eye view before going on a break. So one more time, the reminder, 2 games have ended in draws. Vidit against Caruana and Karjakin against Dubov, but plenty of action remains on the remaining boards. And Robert, I guess you're particularly curious maybe about the next move in Carlsen Giri.
I'm very interested to see if Magnus picks up that rook, takes the bishop on c6, because then we're in for a slugfest. And I'm also, when we get back, I'm looking forward to these Praggnanandhaa game as well. Things have changed. Looks like those rooks in the d file behind a d4 pawn that is a passed pawn, right? That pawn can push up the board. I'm liking Praggnanandhaa's position at this point, but there's still so much chess left. You're absolutely right.
Absolutely. Praggnanandhaa looks like a great start to the tournament for him so far. We will check back in with him and all the other games after a short break, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back to round 2 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And Robert, we're just going to dive straight back into the World Champions game. Magnus Carlsen, who is still thinking after Anish Giri's last move, queen to d5.
Yeah, I mean, it's a critical moment in this game. We were looking at rook takes c6 as a potential exchange sacrifice. You know Magnus is looking at that, but perhaps we're tunneling, right? That's such an attractive move because it's tactical. It makes black have to work to find a way to keep everything together. But there must be other options that he's considering. And I was thinking about it during our break just now. A retreating move. It's an odd-looking move, but I was wondering what happens in the event of knight to e1. So Jorden van Foreest, he inspired me from his knight d1 yesterday. Sometimes retreating moves are the best moves, and it makes sure the bishop is defended because a knight move that doesn't defend the bishop results in checkmate. But my main idea is that after knight e1, if you trade queens, if you're quick to do that, and I take back on b3, now your knight's under attack and your bishop's under attack, and behind the bishop is a hanging pawn. So I'm just trying to be quite forceful. If you move your knight initially, I take on c6 twice. I have a much better pawn structure and ending. If you take on g2, I don't even know how I should take back, but either piece I take back with, your knight has to move, and then rook takes c7 lands on the board. I'm active, I equalize the material, and I have a bishop versus a knight imbalance. So that's what I'm looking for from Magnus' perspective, and it looks really interesting to make this knight retreat.
I think it's a really interesting move, knight e1. And as you said, I think it's a move that very often we just don't have on our radar at all, because I think many wise people have said this before, that retreating moves in chess are often the most difficult moves to come up with. In general, we want to go forward. So taking a piece back is a move that's often hard to see, and especially here when there's so many attractive alternatives. But then, as you say, when you look into the move closer, you have convinced me, Robert, I have to say, because it's also not clear if Anish doesn't, in this position, take on b3, then what else? Then there are other problems.
Right, this c6 situation is still an issue. I mean, it looks really risky, but putting yourself into a pin with knight e4, I say it with no confidence, but the eval bar didn't react. So knight e4, I guess with this setup here, everything is defending this knight, and I mean, what a weird position to have.
Terrifying.
It looks like it should not work. And even a move like rook takes c6 has to be considered. And actually, rook takes c6 looks really interesting. And why does this not just, this knight is now loose, this knight is under attack? How in the world can black just be okay here?
I'm very, very confused.
I mean, it looks extremely good. I give queen takes here. Maybe this position, after white gets the two pieces for the rook, e2 does hang. So it's two pawns and a rook for two minor pieces, in which case now I can see why the engine says that black is doing just fine. But that's such a scary position to be in from the start. Like, you know, right here, this knight is loose, this knight is pinned, everything seems to be wobbly here for black, and yet, of course, it's just fine.
I mean, it's so tough because Magnus very likely, at some point, he has been thinking for a while here, very likely he has considered knight e1, probably also considered rook c6, but it's so tough because after knight e1, if you then have to figure out all the intricacies of knight e4, yeah, I'm very, very curious to see what the world champion decides on here. And it's actually, Robert, I think the first moment in this game where he's really spending some time.
Yeah, and I'm so now focused on knight e1 that knight h4 should also be mentioned as doing the same thing, protecting the bishop, opening up the bishop to the queen. But both are options here. And Magnus, he understands that this moment is critical. So people ask this question often, Fiona, and I really don't have a great answer because I do think it's dependent on each and every game. But they ask, how do you know when a moment is critical? How do you know when it's a moment that you should spend time on? And here actually is a good illustration of that, because there's material sacrifice when white's already down a pawn, but you can play this move rook takes c6, which we have looked at earlier and we can continue to look at. And there are different moves like queen retreating somewhere, or knight to e1, or knight to h4. There are like 5 different options that all look pretty reasonable, some of which include some pretty big material sacrifices.
Absolutely, and I think that very often my understanding is when is a critical moment, and why it's so important to identify these moments is because that's when you want to invest the time and really buckle down, double check. That's where you want to invest that clock time. And I think very often those are moments which are going to change the character of the position. And here, well, the exchange sacrifice for sure would change the character. But yeah, it's really a pivotal moment, and Magnus's next move is going to decide in which direction this game is going to proceed.
And there's also something to note that rook takes c6 is a bit more forcing than, say, a knight h4 and knight e1, because we can sense the next, let's say, 5 moves. Like rook c6, queen has to take on c6 to keep the knight defended. As we mentioned, if queen takes b3, pawn takes b3, now your knight is lost, so you take a rook, but I get 2 minor pieces. With this monster bishop pair, it's going to be winning for white. So you have to go queen c6, knight e5. Now your queen's under attack twice, and you need to protect the knight, queen to b5. Now queen c2 looks really good, keeping up the pressure, threatening rook b1, trying to remove the queen as a defender from the knight. And then let's say the knight goes to b6. Now, does bishop takes b7 work?
Robert,
the rook
sorry
to
interrupt you, but
yeah.
We've had a move, and I think it is rook takes c6.
Oh, well then perfect. You played rook takes c6. Great camera work, by the way. Look at that rook. It's not going to be there very long, but rook takes c6 was played. Anish is about to recapture that rook with his queen. There's really no other move, so he's going to do just that. But
I love that image.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. And he hasn't moved yet, so he might be surprised by rook takes c6. And Anish is now going to have to work through all these calculations. And I mean, if I'm Magnus, I'm happy that he's thinking, because the position we have on screen in the bottom right hand here, that's analysis, right? We might get to this position, the live board you see now on the bottom right hand side. But what I was going to get at is down this variation here where bishop c6 is the thread, this rook is hanging, like this move knight c4 comes to mind as this bishop is under attack, this bishop is under attack, this knight is attacked and also attacking the knight, the queen is here. It's just getting so wild, and it's a position where you really have to calculate every single detail, and then not only do you visualize it, you have to assess it, being like, all right, this is fine.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a mad game now. We could see for a second ago, it looked like the camera was blocked, because I think very often the other players in the room, they sense that something is happening, and very quickly a group of players forms around the board when something like this happens. And so what happened? Well, Anish has recaptured on c6, and Magnus going for knight e5, and now queen c2.
So we knew where this game was going, and I'm very, very curious to see how it continues, because these lines, I think they go really deep. I'm only just, the wheels are turning right now in my head, but I think knight b6 is more or less forced because of the strength of rook b1, and this knight being stuck on a4, it will be lost if you allow rook to b1. So knight b6, bishop takes b7, knight c4 is the first one that comes to mind, because of the dual threats of the rook on a8 or the hit of the queen and the rook on e8. So knight c4, but like bishop a8, knight takes a3, queen's under attack, bishop's under attack. Let's protect both. Queen c6. How do you evaluate this? I see now that the eval bar says even. The players don't have that, but optically, if we just think about how this position looks, white has a bishop compared to a knight, and white has the better pawn structure for now. Maybe queen takes c7 was also something to consider, with f7 hanging. Like in your head, you're visualizing this, you don't have it on the board, you're thinking, wait a sec, I can't play this because there are all these pawns hanging. And I would understand someone not wanting to get into this position. It is much easier when you can make moves on a board, take them back, make new moves, take those back, finally find the right continuation, and then the engine is there to tell you that you are correct. The players do not have that.
Absolutely ridiculous, of course, that the engine just tells us 0-0 is here. Let's hope the game doesn't peter out but very, very exciting. And it is always, it's easy for the engine to say 0-0, but it is a very thin line that the players are walking. Robert, let's come back here in a while. I think Anish might be taking a moment here to consider his options and to figure out the complications. And back to the bird's eye view, I'll let you talk us through what we're seeing, and maybe we should check in with Praggnanandhaa next.
Yeah, I think we should definitely check in the Praggnanandhaa game. I mean, the other games are also interesting. Van Foreest and Rapport have swapped queens, and Shankland and Grandelius are in a position that we talked about a long time ago with the inclusion of that F pawn going up. So I know you're liking Niels's position with the aggressive play by him. But let's go to Praggnanandhaa against Duda as Anish Giri. He doesn't look very happy, actually. Like, look at him. He's thinking, he's calculating, but that is not the face of a happy man.
No, I think you're always going to be on the back foot. First of all, you're playing the world champion. Second of all, he has just sacrificed an exchange after thinking for a long time from an opening he is well familiar with. And yeah, no surprise that Anish is looking... I don't even know what the right word to describe him is, but he has a lot of work on his plate.
He certainly does. And I pulled up the game between Praggnanandhaa and Duda. And if we actually go back a bit, because we left off at this position here, where the queen went to e1. And what Duda did was force some trades by starting with the move knight to g4. It's clearly a one-move threat, attacking the rook. The rook comes back. Bishop a6. Rook is under attack again. Rook to d2, and then bishop c4. So he recognizes his advantage on the queen side. This is Duda, that is, with an extra pawn here. Let's trade off my bishop that was staring at the center, but that was protected, for this bishop that was actually causing my king some concern. So we have a trade. The queen came to e2. The rook drops back. I like rook c7. You can bring to d7 if you need, or you can double on the c file. Try to take advantage of that. And Fiona, as we get to the game continuation, d5 takes e5 was played, the thematic temporary pawn sacrifice that I'd mentioned earlier. Knight e4 would be a tragic blunder when there is a queen in line with heavy pieces, and there's a whole force here on the d file. You have to watch out what happens when that pawn goes out of the way. Knight e4 allows queen takes e4, pawn takes e4, rook takes d8, white ends up a piece ahead, and there's back rank checkmate problems as well. So that would be a blunder. So no knight e4 for you, and that means that d5 likely will be captured next turn.
In fact, it's interesting that both sides currently have a weak back rank, so that's always something to watch out for. We talked a lot about, newcomers to the game. In the opening, we tell them to develop their pieces, control the center, get the king into safety, get castled. But equally, very often a good tip in the middle game, or if you get to the end game, is watch out for that back rank. If the pawns are on f2, g2, and h2, you want to make sure that your king remains safe. I think for these players, it's not a concern. They're not worried that they are going to miss a checkmate, but it's something to always keep, of course, at the back of their minds, especially when, as you highlighted, there is this triple... is it an Alekhines gun?
The queen has to be at the bottom.
At the bottom, right? Then a reverse Alekhines gun staring down the d file.
What do we call that? A reverse, the reverse, I don't know, maybe a new name for it. We'll call it the Fiona's, I don't know, I don't have a word for it.
Mick was suggesting Alekhines knife. Maybe we can leave it to the chat. I'm sure they'll come up with something good.
I think we need to name it in your honor, because you asked what it was called and I don't have an answer.
Yeah, well, maybe there simply is nothing. And while we consider our options, Duda considered his options. I did not, of course, go to e4, but retreated to d7.
Mm-hmm. And showing the importance of this rook on c7, because the rook protects this knight. So queen takes d5, then the black queen can just move off the file, and then the knight is free.
Okay, so can we have a look? I guess queen d5 is the natural move.
Very. Pawn is hanging. I take the pawn, and I guess the queen just goes to c8. So this multi-purpose rook on c7 defends the knight. It also defends f7, which is really important here in the event of moves like knight to g5, that the black knight can just move out the way, and the rook is defending the king. It also is going for the back rank. As you mentioned, it's a problem for white. So this rook on c7 is a heroic piece.
Yeah, it's funny. It's a position that if I saw this at first sight, I would think it looks so precarious for black. There is this pressure along the d file. There's pressure on f7. There's the central pawn on e5. But maybe black is just holding everything together. Do you think that is the case? Do you think black has everything under control?
I think so, yes. And it really is all thanks to this rook on c7. It's a great, great piece. And one of the things about this position is right now there is, kind of equality. Black is up a pawn, but that pawn's about to be captured. But long term, that's really how you have to evaluate these positions, because I do like the end game prospects for black. I like the middle game prospects for white, because when you have an extra pawn on the side the kings are, then that means your king is generally the one that's safer and you can try to attack the enemy king. But if we get to an end game, the kings are closer to the center, which means that this king is closer to this pawn on e5, and black can use the outside pawns up the board as a bit of a decoy. Say, you're going to need to bring all your attention to that pawn that's about to be a pass pawn, in which case then I can operate in the center of the board. So with pieces on the board, pawns in the center are great. In end games, pawns on the flanks are usually very, very good.
Sorry, Robert, I was looking at the chat. There were a lot of suggestions. A lot of them were words that I wasn't even sure. I'm not even sure I'm familiar with them. But the last one actually made me chuckle from Drunken Aim. Alekines, say hello to my little friend.
That's pretty good. It's a little long. I think we can be a bit more concise with our, turns of phrase here, but I like it.
So yeah, shout out to everyone in the chat. I think we can move on from here. Robert, what do you think?
Yes, for sure. I think with 4 other games that are still super interesting, the Carlsen game is just heating up. Anish is trying to work through those calculations that we were discussing. Rapport and van Foreest, there are no queens on the board, but only the queens and a pair of knights have been traded, and there's so much tension in the center there. And in the game between Mamedyarov and Esipenko, it looks like the knight has gone from e4, traded for the knight that was previously on b1, but the center is opening up. That game is looking like it can explode at any moment.
Yeah, maybe we start with that, and then we go and take a look at Shankland and Grandelius. And I mean, in this game here between Mamedyarov and Esipenko, we're still only on move 11, which is incredible. 26 minutes on the clock for Esipenko, who still has to make 30 moves, Robert.
Yeah, and it's also making me choose between players. I liked Esipenko's position like a move ago. Now I'm starting to like Mamedyarov position again. So it's just been a really hectic game. And the knight on h3, Fiona, we asked earlier, we said, I don't really like the move. Now I get why it's there. I told you it'd come to f4. If black takes what looks like a free pawn and white takes on d5 and black takes back, in comes that knight to f4, immediately attacking the pawn on d5. And then black has to deal with that pawn being under attack. d4 is also a potential target. So I get it now. That's why the knight went to h3.
It all made sense all along. We just failed to see why. No, but I really think that this is a game that we could come, if we came back to it every other move, we could just be changing our minds every time, because it's such a wild position. White's pawns, the G and H pawns far advanced, the white king uncastled. And it feels like just every move can change the character of the position. Once again, the bar is not phased. It says 0-0-0. But I can tell you, Esipenko is probably a bit more stressed than that. Even if you told him it's 0-0, I don't think he would care. He needs to figure out how to best handle this position. I guess he wants to avoid the knight coming to f4, but that's not so easy to do.
And speaking of 0-0-0, look at his clock. It's heading lower and lower towards 0. So he needs to start moving. This was White's 11th move, bishop takes d2. So Esipenko, he needs to get to move 40, and he only has 24.5 minutes to do that. And Fiona, this is such a tricky position. We're mentioning this knight on h3 coming to f4. You're right, Black doesn't want to allow it, but with all the pressure in the center here, all these pawns attacking one another, it feels like you're going to have to allow it. So my main question is, does Black, Esipenko, does he play e4 and use this long pawn chain to shut down the bishop? Or does he say, you know what, my opponent's king is not that safe, and look at him go, he's about to take the pawn. There it is, e takes d4. He says, I'm okay getting these double isolated pawns in the center and the knight coming to f4 because there's still a king on f1. If that king were castled and tucked away somewhere safe, I probably wouldn't want to go for this. But because the king's on f1, that allows me to just take the pawn in the center. And if we do see a trade on d5, then that frees up the c6 square. The bishop can develop from c8. And it's not like Black has nothing to do of his own.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the position is probably still fine for Esipenko. Objectively speaking, I'm very, very, very concerned for his time situation. For me, usually when I don't know if you can relate to that, if you feel the same way. For me, when the amount of minutes I have is lower than the amount of moves I have to make, that's usually when the panic starts kicking in. And especially so if there's as many as 29 moves to make still.
I'm with you. It's not fun to be under the duress of time trouble, and there are so many things that need to be calculated in advance. And that's, I think, the biggest difference between commentating or just analyzing and playing is you don't get to take back moves. So I can draw arrows so people can visualize this or try to visualize it, but that's the hard part, is like visualizing and assessing at the same time when you can't just put the position on the board. And one example of this, and I don't know the assessment, I have the eval bar, but I don't have a series of moves to back it up. But one example, c takes d5, c takes d5, knight f4, going right for this pawn on d5. So I'm thinking I'll play bishop e6 to defend it. What about this move g6? I see the eval bar go slightly in Black's favor, but not so much. And the point of g6 is your f pawn can't take it. And I'm trying to use my pawns to open up your king. And this looks kind of scary to me, because if I take the pawn on g6, I can think about h5, but I can also think about taking this bishop here, and queen takes g6. And Black's king is open and White's king is also in some danger. But that's the point, is that trying to figure out the exact way forward in a position like this is really difficult, and you need to come up with that answer before you get into the position, because it could just be losing if you haven't worked it all out.
Absolutely, and I expect Shankland, who has plenty of time on the clock, still over an hour, to take his time now. I think it makes a lot of sense for him to try to calculate a few moves in advance and use the time wisely that way. But we'll come back here after a short break. Such an exciting game. Of course, also plenty of action in Carlsen against Anish. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Welcome again in Wijk aan Zee.
Schaken staat voor verbinding. Verbinding hier in het dorp in Wijk aan Zee, maar ook onder schaakfans over de hele wereld.
Ik woon nu 20 jaar in Wijk aan Zee en sindsdien ben ik gek van schaken.
Het leukste aan schaken vind ik dat je met jezelf bezig bent, maar ook met de tegenstander.
Ik vind schaken een fantastische sport. Het scherpt de geest.
Wijk aan Zee is de thuishaven van het schaken.
Met schaken leer je vooruitdenken.
Ik ben bijzonder trots.
Eindelijk weer gezelligheid in ons hotel.
Het is een herinnering, elk jaar weer.
Herinnering?
Eigenlijk het eerste jaar dat Magnus Carlsen bij ons logeerde in het hotel.
Dus ze hebben altijd wat te vertellen en zijn heel erg passievol.
We beginnen met een lege gymzaal en we toveren het om naar een professionele schaaktoernooi.
Deze klus tijdens corona, hoe vet.
Ik kan me geen januari voorstellen zonder schaaktoernooi.
Daar leeft Wijk aan Zee en daar leef ik zelf ook. Het is gewoon heerlijk. Echt een onwijs mooie tijd is het voor.
Verbinding.
Tactiek.
Thuishaven.
Wijk aan Zee leeft.
I just want to say, I know it's early.
Yeah.
It's early for all of us. But Fabi, you're looking fresh.
Oh, thanks, Danny.
Chad likes it, man. Looking good.
What about me?
All right, guys, let's go. Run a show back. Here we go. And Fabi, this video series was great, by the way. People love it. They really do. By the way, again, dude, you're just looking fresh, man. I love your new haircut. Makes me good.
Hey there, how's it going?
I don't even recognize myself, you know? It's a whole new me.
Hey, Fabi, Danny, how's it going?
Hey, Robert.
Hey, man.
You know, just trying out a few new things here and there. The day's beautiful, sun is out.
Cool. Hey, Danny.
Yeah.
Forgot to mention, that haircut's looking real fresh on you.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, cool. Appreciate it.
You f***ing serious? What does a guy got to do around here to get noticed?
What are you talking about?
That seems a little out of line, a little uncalled for. You know, you already can't spell chess without him. What more does he want?
Welcome back here. Robert, I recognize that red jumper, but how fresh is the trim?
Well, thank you, Fiona. I'm glad at least somebody can give me a compliment and can recognize, because I wasn't getting it from Fabiano and Danny, that's for sure.
Well, let's get back to the tournament. But before we do, we have some great news for you guys at home. Unfortunately, this year, Tata Steel Chess Tournament, again, couldn't have any amateur groups or spectators, but you can all get involved online on January the 22nd and 23rd. We will have the online edition of our chess festival. This will be a 2-day online family festival with various activities for young and old. You can participate for free. You don't need to register, and there will be a wide variety of activities. You can take online chess lessons. You can participate in an online football training from SC Telstar. You can get a virtual visit to Tata Steel. You can get creative with craft videos. You can take a digital walk through Wijk, or you can play in one of our online rapid tournaments. So really plenty of activities on offer. There should be something for everyone. So to find out more, you can head to our official website, tatasteelchess.com/Tata Steel Chess Festival. And we hope, of course, to see you, many of you take part in the online activities. And even more so, we hope to be able to welcome you back here on site in Wijk next year. But for now, have fun with the online activities. And Robert, back to our round 2 action here.
Well, it looks like the game between Mamedyarov and Esipenko is following the path we set it out for. So that is not a surprise. Shankland and Grandelius still fighting it out, but a lot has just happened in the Magnus Carlsen game, because I see his bishop took a knight on d5, and there's that queen on a5 for Giri. So I think we have to go there. A lot has just happened, and I don't think it's good for Anish.
Absolutely. Let's go back there. And apologies, I saw in the chat there's a couple of games like Shankland, like Van Foreest. We've been really monopolized today by this Magnus against Anish game, as well as Mamedyarov against Esipenko. They have just been vying for our attention. But indeed, let's go back to Magnus. And even from the bar, we can see that Clearly, something seems to have gone wrong for Anish. So let's try and understand what that is.
Well, I see it. I'm just going to do the instant replay. Knight d5. Whoop, there goes the bar. And the problem for black is the queen is caught. So after rook b1, queen a5, Magnus played bishop takes d5. And the bar actually went down quite a bit. So I'll try to figure out why that is, but this looks really good. If the queen takes on d5, thank you very much for the second minor piece for the rook. That has to be great for white. And if the pawn takes on d5, I removed the defender of the b4 square. The knight was covering the square. So I think that is an issue that needs to be dealt with, is that this queen on a5 is in the wrong place. So the bishop b4 not approved of, even though it looks good. Apparently there is in fact better than that move, but it looks really good to me. Maybe just rook takes b7. I don't know. Just take everything. Something like that.
All of this looks really good, and I mean there's just again very few alternatives. We see Anish on the camera who's looking more and more concerned by the minute. Is this your move of choice? We take on b7?
Yeah, I mean, if this were to happen, I guess rook takes b. Yeah, there it is, going up, and you can't challenge the b file because there's knight c6 tactics. C7 is under attack. Knight c6 actually almost traps the queen. Queen e1 check is nothing. The king comes to g2. The white queen can come up into the game on f5 and hit f7. I mean, all of this is a problem for black. There are too many issues to count. So I wonder why the engine is not so fond of bishop takes d5, because it looks good. And you know what it might be, Fiona, is that somehow, and this is what happens in doing so much commentary, that bishop e4, which threatens checkmate by taking on h7 and then going for the mate, like a move like bishop e4, sometimes you make that move first because you induce a weakness and then you take on d5. Like that's how chess works. It's not really human. I would never think to play bishop e4 because I would just take on d5 and try to win some material. But I think that a move like this could make it even.
Listen to your own advice. Just stop one square short.
Oh, my favorite tactic. Exactly. Stop one square short of the expected move and then go for a checkmate. Because the real thing that happens here is if black plays f5 or g6 to stop the mating attack, and just to show the mating attack, it's bishop h7 and knight takes f7, check and mate. The queen defends here. The bishop covered f8, so the king couldn't go there. And so all the squares are under white's control. So if you play a move like g6 or f5 to stop that, then I take on d5 and you've created a weakness in black's position. So these computers, they make everything seem so easy. Chess is difficult sometimes. All right. Magnus Carlsen is amazing. And he went bishop takes d5 because it's still a very, very good move. And Anish, I mean, is thinking about the response.
I was just gonna say, bishop e4 looked very nice with that cute checkmating pattern. But if we look at the Anish cam, it looks like bishop d5 also is strong enough. Anish, this is the unhappiest we've seen him in this tournament so far. There's clearly something. I mean, maybe we can go back and find out where exactly did he go wrong, because we see him there shaking his head and, wow, visibly very unhappy.
Our producers and our camera people are holding nothing back. They are zooming in onto a man who does not seem very happy. So that's it's TV quality for you, everybody.
Their pain is our, I was gonna say entertainment, but that's probably too harsh.
A little Schadenfreude here. I mean, he looks very upset, and I understand why. And I think he just completely overlooked the move that Magnus just played. And I get it, because bishop takes d5, giving up your fianchettoed bishop like this seems to be antithetical to what Magnus has been going for. If we just scroll back a few moves to this position right here, this bishop aiming towards b7, like that is the piece. So to give up that bishop for a knight on d5, that's not what you anticipate happening, because you're going with the how the position has been going. You're thinking about, wait, look at how things have developed here. That bishop is super strong, so you don't suspect that in this continuation here, that the move would be bishop takes knight on d5. And it's so good because, again, the b4 square is available for this bishop. That's going to be a problem for black in many lines. We talked about rook takes b7 and then following with bishop b4, which will trap the queen. And if you take on d5 with the queen, down goes your knight on a4. And you can get a second pawn, a rook and a couple pawns, but it's not sufficient. I mean, black's king is actually in quite a deal of danger eventually with the f7 square being threatened.
And I think, I mean, I was looking at the chat, and, you know, people are saying the position is not lost for Anish, and I think that's true. But I think the problem why Anish is looking the way he does is it's not lost, but it's bad. And you are playing Magnus Carlsen, the best player in the world, and very often the position, if it's bad, it's often just the same as being lost.
Right. And the evaluation isn't exactly that helpful here because we know white is better. Anish knows that Magnus is better. Magnus knows his position is very good. And +1 in some positions actually isn't that much, especially in closed positions where you have to find a way to crash through. And it's like, you know, you don't find that way and just equal. Here, it's like white's going to have a bunch of ways to sustain that advantage, and there's pawns on b7, c7 that are under attack. And if you look at Anish, it's almost like he realizes that the game is going to go Magnus's way. I mean, he needs to dig deep. He needs to fight. We saw Sam Shankland put up such resistance yesterday against Vidit Gujarati. So credit to Vidit for winning once more. But Sam made his life so challenging. And that's what Anish needs to channel right now. He needs to get into this, all right, I'm worse, but I'm not lost just yet. Let me figure out a way how to make Magnus's life difficult. But bishop takes d5 has caught him off guard, and he is very upset about the current position.
Speaking of which, before we move on from this game, Robert, I'm going to ask this question to you. A great question from the chat. You're talking about putting up maximum resistance from here. Great question from Anish Opterix. What is the best move here?
What is the best move for Anish?
Yeah.
I mean, pawn takes d5, rook takes b7, which looks really terrible. And just to show that once more, because if this queen moves from a5, this knight is hanging. If the knight just tries to save itself by moving back, down goes the entire 7th rank. You're probably just going to get mated pretty soon. If you do nothing, bishop b4 traps the queen on the next turn because the queen really has no squares to go to. So that's why rook takes b7 is so powerful. Everything in black's position is hanging. And if you take with the queen on d5, which is the only other option that I see at the moment, then after queen takes a4, this looks really bad. It maybe isn't lost just yet, but you can't even take on a2 without losing b7, and that's not a pawn you want to give up. So this looks, you just can't even volunteer too much here. It seems very, very, very bad for black, although maybe f6 here, throwing that move in is important just to kick the knight back before you start taking pawns on a2 and things like that.
On top of the problems with his position, by the way, Anish still has to make 21 moves and he's down to 21 minutes. So that is an additional problem. But we will come back here, see how much resistance Anish can put up. But Magnus looking in great shape. Maybe, do you want to go? Shall we quickly bring up the bird's eye view, see what's happening elsewhere? And wow, Mamedyarov. I see Robert, your OG pawn has appeared on g6. Okay, let's go there quickly, and then we'll have to check in with Shankland versus Grandelius and Rapport against Van Foreest. We haven't been there in a while, so let's see if we can get everywhere.
I just really love what's happened here because knight f4, we talked about this variation, knight f4, bishop e6, g6. And it turns out that Andre has indeed calculated all this because he played knight to c6. He ignored the pawn here. And that's really instructive because if g takes h7 check, that looks like a free pawn. But once the king just slides over to h8, this is an umbrella pawn. It actually shields the black king from many different attacks. So this pawn can stay here for now. Eventually, it will probably be won by black. And black has an extra pawn in the center. Granted, it's a double isolated pawn, But look at all the harmony of black's pieces. And if you ever take this bishop on e6, well, good luck to your king on f1. You see the evaluation just go really heavily in black's favor. I mean, there's nothing going right for white in a position like this. So I really love this move, knight to c6 by Esipenko.
Absolutely agreed with you. And well, at the moment, I'm not sure how happy Shahriar will be with his opening experiment, but of course there is still the time factor. But yeah, I agree. Esipenko has handled this great so far. Let's see. I think a lot more is going to happen in this game. But for now, it looks like black is taking over. Shall we quickly check in with Jorden van Foreest and Richard Rapport?
Let's do it. And as we switch the game over here, we see that the queens are off, a pair of knights are gone, but otherwise all the pieces remain, all 8 pawns per side. Still the tension in the center here. Neither side is flinching. In fact, the last move was pawn to h3. And just to show how we got here, queen a5, a3, and then c5 by Jorden to stop the move b4. The pawn on c5 can't be captured because there's a loose bishop on b2. So that's what happened. We saw a trade, and Rapport decides to trade queens as well, as the black queen was more active. And this is how we got to the position rook c2 and h3. So, I mean, Fiona, first instinct, I see the eval bar. It's essentially saying it's an equal game. Do you think that we'll see a split result, or is one side going to play for more?
Yeah, I think a draw is quite likely, I would say. But also here, I mean, we're only on move 16, which is incredible. It's very early doors still, still 24, and in Jordan's case, 25 moves to be made with only half an hour on the clock. I think the position for now is very even, but both of them are fighting players. I don't think the players are ready to sign the draw and go home. So time will be invested, and I think as the time takes down, of course, mistakes will be more likely to happen. So I think a draw is the most likely result, but I think there's also a big potential for things to happen here.
Yeah, and I think we need to forget about first move advantage, because sometimes when we're playing in tournaments, like I have the white pieces, this is a game I need to try and win. But when you're in the midst of the game, like we are right here, no longer does that matter. And in fact, I prefer black's position because there is a king on d2. With all the material, that king could be in some trouble, right? It could be in some danger. There could be some pins. But in the pure endgame, if the rooks come off the board, then that king can be very well placed. We like our king in the center because we use the king as a weapon in the endgame. This is not an endgame just yet. There's way too much material to call it an endgame, but it's a queenless middle game, and you have to wonder about those transitions. And that's why I think the players are taking so much time on the clock, but also on the board. They're not trading pieces just yet, because let's say black decides to take on d4, and then white takes with the bishop on d4. And you take with the bishop here, which is not a good move because the knight can come here and attack this bishop. Like these types of positions where, yeah, maybe black is doing well right now. As the game continues, and maybe e takes d4 is better because the bishop's not going anywhere. I could see that for sure, that this is the type of thing where it gets out of hand very quickly. You think that everything is fine, it's equal, it's solid, and you just make a simple trade, and then you see the eval bar go up for white. And then you also, from a practical point of view, think, I don't know what my next move is, and I don't know what my move after that is going to be, and coming up with strategies is difficult.
Yeah, so I think still plenty of life in this position. I'm curious to see what happens. For now, let's move on from here and maybe quickly check in with Sam Shankland and Niels Grandelius.
Okay, that game's actually very exciting. I just saw the move h5 was played, and there's a king on h1. So we know that Niels would like to open the h-file and attack the king. But if black plays h4, you have to imagine that white is ready to play g4 as a response. And the eval bar says, of course, completely equal zeros, nothing to be seen here. But no, the players don't know that. They're trying to figure this out. And if I'm Niels, I'm looking at g5, g4, at some point thinking about pawn to h4. Other ideas, knight coming back to f5 at some moment, going for this g3 pawn or the g3 square to plant my knight in there. The real issue, Fiona, I would say, is that it's not easy to have a pawn break, and black needs a pawn break pretty badly to crash through and have a big attack. And if things don't go well on the king side, watch out for a4, a5, and white to try to break through on the queen side, get after this pawn, open up the b file, put the bishop on d2 to make it work. And then all of a sudden, white could be the one with the better position. So black needs to find a way to do something over there on the king side.
My question to you is, so it is currently white to move, but let's say it were black to move. Does black already have some concrete threats or ideas here?
That's a really great question. I don't see, well, we can just make a random move. Like, let's say a4. And the answer is, well, clearly it's starting to like black's position a little bit here. A lot of bit. So there must be something in the air. And that's the best way, honestly, as a commentator, sometimes you just make a move and wonder, what's the direct threat? You see the move a4 going for this a5 plan, but that means you're not taking care of your king side. And I really think that maybe just g5, g4. And playing over here on the king side makes sense because we can push forward and try to break open the line, create some pawn tension and open things up. So that's probably the reason why playing on the queen side won't work out, and why Shankland just put the move bishop to e3, where we talked about this knight on d5, if you can get rid of the knight on d4, and also the bishop can come back and defend the white king as well.
By the way, the chat is going wild. Let's go back to Magnus's game. I'm not sure what's happening, but according to the chat, things are happening.
Oh, well, it's the position we had mentioned, and bishop d5 was captured by the pawn, and rook takes b7, and I think this game might be over relatively soon. I think Magnus Carlsen is getting his first victory in Tata Steel, and unfortunately for the Dutch fans, it comes at the expense of their number one, Anish Giri.
Yeah, and for Magnus, I mean, they have a well-documented rivalry, which was friendly at times, a little less friendly at other times. But there was this little banter going on at the opening ceremony, and for sure, I mean, Magnus will be very, very happy here today. I think they always had a bit of a rivalry going on. So Magnus, of course, happy to get any win in this tournament, but I think especially so against Anish. And it all happened really quickly. I mean, we spent a lot of time in this moment after queen d5. What's Magnus going to do? You had spotted the exchange sacrifice from a few moves earlier. We weren't sure, is it going to happen? But it feels like after Magnus played this sequence, starting with rook takes c6, somehow black collapsed quite quickly from here.
Yeah, and I mean, it came down to this move knight to d5, which turned out to be the huge mistake, and knight to b6 that we were looking at earlier, that was the move that needed to be played. And I wonder if what Anish missed was this idea knight to c4, and it's really difficult to see from a distance, and if you're not considering all these wild possibilities, the game might just collapse, because this position really doesn't look good for black, at least from the start. c7 is hanging, bishop c6 is a threat. We talked about all this. It could be a huge problem for black, rook b1 as well. So that's why instead he went for knight d5, trying to close down the diagonal, and maybe he thought that just rook takes b7 was all that was happening, or I don't know exactly what, but bishop takes d5 caught him off guard. And now here, after rook takes b7, I mean, this position in the game, Fiona, you look at Anish's face, that looks like a man who is ready to resign. And there won't be any trash talking. I think that Magnus is letting his game do all the talking, and you don't want to sort of beat a man when he's down.
It's tough, of course, seeing Anish like this. It's been a tough game. I think Magnus, from the start, you know, he unleashed what seemed to be some world championship prep. So it was I think from the start, Anish knew it was going to be an uphill battle, but still you don't expect things to go downhill so quickly. Anish also yesterday was maybe hoping for a bit more with the white pieces. So he will have to regroup. Of course, the tournament, it is a 13-round long tournament, so he has plenty of time to come back. But I think today, Magnus is not going to let this one slip.
Wow, and he played c5 here, and my first reaction is just going for checkmate. I mean, queen f5 looks like it has to end in disaster for black because you have a knight, you have a rook, and then the queen's joining the party here. Yeah, c5 is the move of a desperate player just trying to find anything at all that might work. This is, look at this, queen f5. You need to defend f7 because they're checking. I don't care what the eval bar is saying. Queen f5 is completely winning. It's going to go back up. I feel very confident about this. It's a low depth engine that once it starts thinking, there it goes. See, it's going. It's going to keep going. What do you even do after queen f5?
What do I do? Well, I guess I have to defend f7 if I don't want to get mated.
And then I'm going to play knight takes f7. And then my threat can be knight h6 check, opening up the 7th rank. Everything here is a problem. Queen e6 can be played. Queen takes d5. I have too many threats. It's just over.
Yeah, and I don't see where black can get any counter chances here.
It's just done. It's just, I mean, there's nothing that black can do. It's just obliteration at this point.
And yeah, Anish, I mean, it's kind of sad to see because Anish has that kind of, not just the look, but also the posture. He's not really in that fighting. Like, if you just look at the camera, it almost looks like this is a game that is over.
Yeah, he knows. Both players really know that this one is done with. Magnus, he has that look of a man who's ready to pounce on his next turn. He knows that he has this one in the bag, and he's, I'm sure, thrilled to take down Anish. And you said a rivalry. It's a rivalry on social media. On the chessboard, it seems to be going Magnus' way, and just like Magnus has his way with all players, more or less. But Anish did beat Magnus in the World Blitz Championship, the recently concluded World Blitz Championship. So, I'm sure that's on Magnus's brain as he goes to win this game.
Absolutely. And Magnus, well, we talked about it yesterday. He announced recently that one of his big goals is to reach a 2900 rating in classical chess. Yesterday, he was held to a draw by Esipenko, but today it looks like that's going to be a big win for him with the white pieces. He sometimes had slow starts here in Wijk with a lot of draws, but Magnus today, really, I think, just a very impressive performance.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say. When Magnus plays like this and he just wins, it just feels like there's nothing that his opponents can do. And I like that you keep bringing it back to the preparation and leftover prep from the World Championship, because I believe that's what we saw today. And even if the match didn't showcase this line, it is something that Magnus has had up his sleeve, and now he used a nice exchange sacrifice to defeat Anish Giri. It's not over yet, but it will be soon, I believe.
Absolutely. And I'm curious how much Magnus is going to give away in the interview, and just how much he's going to let us into how much of what happened today was just preparation. We see Magnus there looking surprised. I think what's happening in this position, he's just spoiled for a range of good moves here.
Yeah, he wants to put this one away, leave no question marks, and that's why he's thinking. He's also up so much time here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in a way he is enjoying this moment right now. He knows that the kill is close. It needs a few more accurate moves, and I mean, Magnus is so experienced. He's not going to rush, even if, let's say, his first instinct was to play queen f5. As you say, he has 52 minutes on the clock, and he's going to take the time to double and triple check everything.
And my main question is if he will either shush the camera or wink, because Magnus, he likes to follow chess, and he played the game against Anish Giri, and I'm sure he saw the memes and everything, the tweets that showed Anish winking at the camera after beating Magnus at the World Blitz. So I wouldn't be surprised if Magnus, he does some friendly ribbing and trolls him right back, gives him a little wink.
I'm curious. I'd forgotten about that moment actually, but there it is, Robert. Your move, Queen F5, is on the board, and Anish instantly responding with Rook F8, defending the pawn on F7.
Yeah, defending it with another piece, but unfortunately, after Anish played C5, he opened up the 7th rank. So he stopped the bishop from attacking the rook on F8, but he did open and expose that 7th rank. So the rook on B7 is thrilled to be there. And Magnus knows that there's a knockout coming. And I think just the simple knight takes F7, even rook takes F7 probably wins because Black's king is so weak, but I like knight takes F7 more.
Yeah, and I think there he goes, knight F7 is on the board, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a resignation.
The body language is clear that Anish is ready to resign, so it's only a matter of if he calculates a little bit and sees that he has no chance. But yeah, he's ready to resign for sure. So the eval bar sky high. Magnus, look at him leaning over the board. We know he likes to do that when he's winning. And Anish looks a bit slumped in his chair.
Yeah, it is tough to see. Today was really quite a one-sided game. And I think it comes back to what you were saying in the opening. Anish today is going to have to be very, very accurate. And it almost feels like one inaccuracy is all it took today. One missed idea by Anish, and it was game over in brutally fast fashion.
Just great opening choice by Magnus, making the decisions as difficult as possible for Anish. And so Anish never really found his footing in this game. He was not able to find a solid position, even if he was trying to get one. And when he made that move, queen to D5 earlier in the game, and it was met by rook takes C6, that exchange sacrifice. You could tell by how long it took Anish to like play queen takes C6 that he wasn't ready for it. Like he didn't prepare all this variation to begin with, but when rook takes C6 happened, queen takes C6 is the only move there. And if he was really anticipating that move to happen, he would have played queen takes C6 without even spending a second.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if we should stay here or just stay with the camera. Okay, we'll stay here. What do you think, Robert? Will Anish make another move? What even is there?
He might play queen e1 check or something just to give a check. But the issue is, I'll just draw an arrow to it. You give one check and the king goes up. White's next move is still queen takes D5, and your king has nowhere to go. It's in the line of fire. Smothered checkmate is being threatened. So I don't see any way out of this situation for Anish, and thus give a check, have fun with it, just to put it on the board now. Queen takes D5 here, and your king's in trouble. I mean, there's really little you can do. The 7th rank is open. I'll just make a random like knight c3 so I can show the beautiful double check. And then after king to h8, whoop, queen g8, rook takes, and the king is smothered by its own pieces. And that is check and mate. So I just think that there's nothing to do here. Anish knows it, and maybe there's no point of prolonging the game.
Yeah, maybe what we can do is we can stay here with the camera and pull up another game. What do you think?
Sure thing. Yeah. I mean, we probably won't have any, or at least many more moves to go in this one. So let's see what we can find. I mean, the game between Mamedyarov and Esipenko, that one has changed the deal here, where the queens are off the board.
Queens are off. That's a surprise. That's, of course, for me, a disappointment, Robert. So now the character of the game has changed dramatically. Let's go back and catch up with what has happened.
So queen b3 was played after the capture on h7, and then queen d7 was Esipenko's choice, and one that was not really loved by the engines. You can see that Black, according to the eval bar, had a huge advantage at this point, and I can get behind that because Black is up a pawn in the center of the board. White's king is on f1, so I don't know, maybe playing something a little bit more aggressive was the way to go. Maybe even a knight to e5 type of move, getting that knight active. But it's hard when two pawns are under attack. And if Esipenko realized that queen d7 just allows liquidation and that he feels like he shouldn't be worse here, because why should he be worse? It's even material. His d4 pawn is well defended. This looks completely level. So he didn't want to take risk, especially because he had less time.
Which makes sense. In a way, it's almost a little bit reminiscent of what we saw yesterday. A very exciting game, petering out as not too much risk wanted to be taken after what has been an emotional roller coaster. How do you evaluate the position that we see on the board now?
Yeah, it's pretty level. I mean, both sides have their set of issues and strengths. The king on h7 is very safe now. The queen's off the board. The rook on c1 is well placed, but the open e file is good for black, and the knight on f4 is pretty good for white. So now I went to d3. I was about to say it has a nice outpost there on d3. It's a protected square. That looks pretty solid. But I just have to go to this Anish game with Magnus once more because the last move played is hilarious. He made them queen d8. Because you can't take the queen without losing your own. So I think that's a funny move.
That's very funny. We don't see that every day. I still like your idea of smothered mate. What happens if I go queen e6?
Queen e6 looks like a reasonable attempt, but then maybe queen...
well, not so reasonable according to our bar.
Yeah, but even this position, like if we trade queens, because there's no more smothered checkmate, it's double check, the king goes to the corner, but after queen g8, this queen still covers f7. So this is just a huge blunder, and you see the bar hate it because the queen can sacrifice and then blocks up a full rook. But the problem still persists. Like even in the event of a queen trade here, and you give a check on h6 and then simply take this pawn, this king is not safe. You have a pass pawn. If this bishop can find its way to the diagonal, you might get checkmated like that. And knight f7 check can always happen. So this looks really bad for black anyway. I mean, c6 can be played with the rook hanging. I'm sure there's a better first move than queen e6. Like, what if I just take immediately? I'm sure that's really good still. But this is just honestly kind of tragic for Anish.
And just to be clear, I saw a question in the chat as to why are we laughing? Queen d8 is the best move according. We're not laughing at the move. That it's just funny because you don't see it every day that a player voluntarily puts their queen en prise. But there's, of course, nothing funny about it. And I think it absolutely makes sense for Anish to keep fighting and forcing Magnus to just find a few more accurate moves to get the win.
Yeah, it's a fair way of putting it. You just don't see a move like this very often. Putting your queen back to its starting square while your king is being attacked and giving up your queen. Of course, the purpose being that the knight is pinned as well. So it's a very good move. It just is amusing because of its kind of rarity.
Absolutely. So I think we'll keep the players on camera. And we can go, where do you want to go, Robert?
We can go to the Van Foreest game against Rapport because we have seen a good number of trades here. Where we left off was this moment, and rook e8 was played by Jorden. Like, look at this quiet move.
Just before we go to that move, so we will keep the players on camera, and also the bottom right board we'll keep on the live position so you don't miss any action there. And yeah, Robert, rook e8.
I mean, look at this move. You're putting your rook behind another pawn. It doesn't seem to have any point whatsoever, but there clearly is a point in that black doesn't want to release the tension. So rook e8 was played, and king e2 was chosen by Rapport here. Neither side wants to budge. And then finally, at long last, we see some trades, and we're getting to a position where the bishops come off the board, and it says it's slightly better for white at this point. But as I look at this position, I guess I would take with this knight. And the reason why white is better is you already have your rook in an active place. Your knight is a bit more active. Oops, not there. But here, the knight can come over to a square like b5 to cause black some problems on the queen side, and this rook can either double or come to a new file. So the rooks are a bit more active, the knight's a little bit more active. So I would take white here, and it's a position where if you're not careful as Jorden, you could get in some serious trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like a little, what we call a massage is coming up here for Jorden, who will have to defend quite accurately, and Richard clearly the one pressing in this endgame. Shall we check in with maybe Praggnanandhaa and Duda?
Okay, here we go. We have that game up, and it looks like a rook, a queen lined up could cause some problems, but the knight on f8 is covering a lot of territory. And if rook d8, I guess black can return rook c8 and say, you're not going to checkmate me, because that's actually funny that the threat is rook takes f8 and queen d8 mate. Not a checkmate you see too often, Fiona.
Absolutely, that would be very cute. But of course, Duda isn't going to allow it. The question is, how does he stop it?
I think, yeah, rook c8 would be the way to go, just to cover the last rank. So, you can't take on f8 anymore. And if you trade rooks, we're getting into that territory that we've been talking about a long time, where the pawns, the outside pawns, are advantageous for black. So you have to be careful as white in positions with few pieces remaining, because the outside pawns will distract white's pieces to that flank, and then black can operate towards the center and the king side.
Absolutely. So the position might look quite equalish, but still both sides have their threats, have their ideas. Robert, we're going to go on a very quick break. We'll keep Magnus on the screen during the break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. And we're back here with round 2 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. The game between Magnus and Anish Giri is still going on. Robert, what were the last couple of moves here? We saw Queen D8, and Magnus, after some thought, decided to take on C5.
He said, it looks like a free pawn to me. I might as well grab it. The bishop protects the pawn, and also this diagonal is now open, so if the bishop can get to the longest diagonal on the board, that will be a huge problem. And c6 next will threaten the rook on f8. There are many issues here, Fiona. I don't know which ones we should or shouldn't address, but there are many issues.
Yeah, I think just too many threats to deal with. I think we expected resignation already a couple of moves ago, but now also the time is ticking down, unfortunately, for Anish. And as you said, just too many threats looming. The king is too exposed. So we really, I think the end is near. But I never really want to say that any player, you know, should have resigned soon. I mean, so many times we've seen turnaround, so I absolutely don't think Anish should resign here, but I think it will happen quite soon.
Oh yeah, I have no problem with players finishing the game at checkmate. In fact, I think that's often good for spectators. It doesn't feel good to be checkmated. I can say that having been checkmated numerous times, but still, like in this position, there's no reason to give up. If you lose by checkmate or resign now, you still get 0 points for the game. And the big problem for black is that this queen is still under attack. If you try to trade queens with queen f6, the queen trade is still losing. And that's such a huge problem. Just to show a quick variation, let's say we trade queens here and go c6 at the end. The rook is under attack. You play rook to c8 to save your rook. Yes, I'm up material. And then white plays c7, and none of your pieces can move. This knight is coming around to d6. This knight on a4 is out of the game, or this knight can come to f7 and to d6 as well. But the point is that black is just really crushed here.
What if I try and bring my knight to b5 if I go knight c3?
To go knight b5 next? I don't know. Bishop d6 is tempting to protect the pawn. Bishop b2, oh gosh, to go for a checkmate over here. That probably just wins in the spot because there are issues here. Knight could come from f7 to d6 as well, like just to give this check and bring the knight around to attack the rook. But I see your point. Like if you get knight to b5, at least you still have a chance. So that is all you can ask for as an Anish Giri fan, is like, let me stay in the game long enough to maybe come up with some desperado. And Magnus is going to be perfect. He, generally speaking, puts these games away with ease. But this is the type of position where at least we can see that black is trying to hold on after a move like knight to b5, going after this pawn.
He's going to have to make up his mind soon, though. 4 minutes on the clock, and we're still only on move 24 in this game. Right. I think it's going to be queen f6. What are the alternatives?
I don't really see any that make too much sense, but I know queen f6 is going to be losing as well. Rook c8, as mentioned, c6 is devastating for numerous reasons, and you go queen f6.
Is indeed on the board. So we expect Magnus to take the queens off the board.
Well, he could consider taking on d5, but in those types of positions, now the knight comes into c3, and at least there's some faint hope for. The knight f7 is not hanging.
Yeah, because the rook on a8. Let's show that.
It looks like you get this rook, but unfortunately, you lose the one in the corner. So you can't even take this knight. So queen takes d5, I guess, is possible. But you see, exactly. It goes down a ton, and moves like knight to c3, hitting this queen, and then going after this knight are exactly why.
So there's still some life. And once again, it's always surprising to me, although I should be experienced enough to know that it's never too late to make a mistake. It looks at first like if you take on d5, that should be the end, but Magnus, he's not going to fall for it. He exchanged the queens on f6. But yeah, I think this was a great example again. Queen d5 looked tempting, looking down at the king on g8, the rook on a8. But that would have been a big mistake.
And that's why Magnus, too strong to make that error, although it would have been an understandable one had he blundered it, and he brings his knight over to h6 with check. So they're following these forcing lines, the king coming to h8, and now c6. That should be just what the doctor ordered here. And yeah, I do think c6 followed by c7 will be a big, big problem for Black to deal with.
Absolutely, and c6 is on the board, so Magnus making these moves quite quickly now. The rook on f8 is hit at the moment, so we probably have to move that. But then, as Robert showed us just a second ago, after c7, Black will be pretty much paralyzed.
Yeah, no fun. And the knight will just reroute itself to e7 or d6 to kick that rook out of there, and White will go on and try to promote. And I think you're not even going to be able to sack in exchange. You're going to lose a full rook as Black, and that's why the eval is so high.
So, and I guess there's no real alternatives to rook c8.
Trying to think, I guess not really.
Yeah, he's gone rook c8. And we expect Magnus to push the pawn to c7.
Yes, you want to save your lovely passed pawn. And it does go to show that line you mentioned, Finn, with knight to c3 for Black, that there is some work to be done for White. And the biggest issue is that none of Black's pieces can move. So after c7, knight c3, maybe the move is knight to f5 instead of knight f7, which seems a bit counterintuitive because knight f7 check is forcing, and then your knight comes around to d6. By playing knight f5, I'll give you your knight b5, and then just play bishop to d6 and say, I'm protecting my pawn. You can sacrifice a piece for it, but then I have two minor pieces for a rook, and your king is in grave danger. And if you don't take, well, then I could even just move my bishop back or play a4 and kick your knight away. Then it's got nothing going for you. And if you take, I just take with my knight, and everything's going right for Magnus.
Absolutely. Robert, while Magnus is thinking, let's quickly go to the bird's eye view for just a second. We'll keep the camera on Magnus. 2 games have ended in draws. If you're just joining us now, that's Karjakin against Dubov and Vidit against Caruana. It looks like Magnus Carlsen against Giri will be the next game to end. And quick look at the other 4 games, Robert. You have about 30 seconds to talk us through what's happening there.
Okay, well, the game between Shankland and Grandelius is still very interesting. I do like the placement of Shankland's bishop on g5. The king on h2 actually looks quite safe for the time being, and I'm still worried for Black about a4 to a5. The breakthrough on the queen side could actually lead to an advantage for White. In Mamedyarov against Esipenko, it looks like things still remain level. I like the activity for Esipenko, but I do think that Mamedyarov has good control and protection of his pawns, at least for the time being. In Rapport against Van Foreest, I like the edge for Rapport. He is slightly better, and Jorden can hold on here, but it's not going to be easy. Looks are deceiving. It's 2 rooks, knight, king, and 6 pawns aside, but that's not enough to just say it's going to be a draw. Black needs to work for it because White's king in the center is more active. And finally, Praggnanandhaa against Duda. That game looks very level. We talked about rook d8 as an attempt for White, but the rook can come back to c8. Trades actually help Black as he has the outside pawns. So that's what Duda is looking for, to make some trades. Praggnanandhaa is not going to make that job easy, and that's why he played h4. He might even try to go for an attack from the White side. I don't believe in the attack. I think the position remains level, but we'll see how that game develops, and we know that Magnus is on his way to victory.
Absolutely, and well, let's bring back the Magnus game full size. We have the position on the board that we just talked about a second ago with Anish playing, and knight c3, trying to fight the best he can. And we already talked about the different options here for White: knight f7 check, knight f5, and Magnus with still plenty of time on his clock to decide which way he wants to go. And Actually, none of the two moves, bishop b2, which we had also mentioned earlier with the bishop now rerouting to the long diagonal.
Let's say d4 was played by Anish, more or less forced, because there was checkmate on f6 if the knight moved away. And now he brings the knight over to d6. So he needed to be a little bit precise. He is going to go knight d6 now. And he's going to be up 2 pawns in endgame at best for Anish, right? So knight d6, knight b5, he's going to take on c8, and then d4 is going to hang in the end, even if you get c7. So this is just too much extra material for Magnus.
Yeah, and so Anish is thinking now, but it's not just the 2 pawns, and the whole position does collapse here. So maybe we can. Will we show the lines on the analysis board briefly?
Sure. I mean, knight d5 is, assume b5 rather, is the move that comes to mind, trying to force a trade. But after knight b5, and even if we get into this position and play a move like a4, right, you can. I'm just saying that even if we get to this position where you steal the c7 pawn, white is up 2 healthy pawns here. Those are the 2 extra pawns, and then they just go. And the knight is sort of useless in this position, just completely winning for white at this point.
Yeah, and this one, I don't think this is a position where Anish is going to want to test Magnus for so much longer. So he's looking now, is there anything else he can achieve? Unfortunately, taking the pawn on e2 with check after king f1, the knight would be hit and the rook on c8 would also still be hit. So this is not an option. So unfortunately, this endgame 2 pawns down looks like that's the best Anish can get from him.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for him. He doesn't even have any sort of trick up his sleeve, something that can confuse Magnus. It looks like the best that happens for him is he gets the c7 pawn, but remains 2 pawns down. And in that case, it's just a sure victory for Magnus Carlsen, who, I mean, honestly, the opening was interesting. The way he played was energetic, and Anish just didn't seem ready today for this opening. If this happened again, say a week from now, and not necessarily in this exact opening that was played, I do feel like Anish, on a different day, maybe he'd be more ready for this type of game, but he was not ready for it to get so wild, and Magnus Carlsen happily will take that victory point and move on in the tournament.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's also a warning to all of Magnus's future opponents in this tournament. Better be especially well prepared against Magnus this time around, because clearly he has some leftover prep from the World Championship match, and he is not afraid to use it.
It's funny because that's a very common question. Is like, how long do people hold on to preparation for? And if you're about to play in a World Championship match, you probably want to save it for the most important event of the year. But Magnus won't have another World Championship match until 2023. So there are, of course, a number of events this year, some great events that will be happening in over-the-board classical play, in addition to the many events online. But why save up a novelty or a cool opening, because there's no better time than a game like this, and Magnus Carlsen showing that good opening preparation and just good ideas more than specific preparation can lead to a knockout victory.
Absolutely. I saw a comment in the chat suggesting a game have a shot every time we mention World Championship leftover prep. It is true, we have mentioned it a lot, but I think the reason we have mentioned it so much today is because it is, I think, the storyline of this game. And well, we hope that we'll be able to ask Magnus about it and get his insights. And once again, I'm curious how much he will be willing to give away.
And that's the thing, right? You oftentimes, when people prepare at length, they don't want to talk about it because they want to savor it and, save it more than savor it, both, honestly, and so that they can use it in a future time. But for Magnus here, we've talked about this, that sometimes he starts a bit slowly in tournaments. And then when he gets that first taste of victory, he goes on the tear. So he's winning early in this event. And Magnus Carlsen's the favorite no matter what tournament he plays in. But especially now that he's getting an early win, I think that the rest of the competition is put on notice.
Absolutely. And meanwhile, Anish has actually gone king g6. And Magnus not in a rush to take the rook on c8, but calmly goes king f1, activating his king, also defending the pawn on e2.
Yes, and now e3 is an option to try to remove the guard of this knight on c3. If the rook moves at some point, Wijk can still promote and get a rook and pawn for a knight. There's many options in this position. In fact, if the rook moves, maybe this knight will just be captured, like rook f8, rook to safety, and you take and bring your rook right down to b3. You win this pawn, get behind your passed pawn, and you're still ready to promote with the knight's salvo. And this is just as losing as it gets.
And Anish, by the way, he's down to just over a minute now, still 9 moves to go. It really feels like he's been thinking about resigning for a while. Very often it's also just some kind of inertia. You just keep making moves, especially when the time is ticking down. And another move has just been made. The knight has gone back, I believe, to b5.
Okay. And Magnus is taking that rook. And then he'll play a4. And he'll kick that knight away from b5. And even if you don't kick the knight immediately, if you ever take on c7, you lose d4. And we talked about that ending with 2 extra pawns, bishop versus knight ending. It's just completely winning for black. Now, if it was opposite colored bishops, we might have a different tune, but not here. This is quite simple. He did play a4.
Yeah, a4 on the board. And we will now get to this on game where you see our photographer Leonard Oates in the background getting ready to capture. I always find that it's a tough moment, that one. I've taken plenty of pictures at events myself, and I know the world and the media, they want to see the picture of the moment of the resignation in a lot of these big clashes. But at the same time, you do feel bad as the photographer because the players, they can feel your presence. They know you're just waiting for them to resign. So always a delicate balance to strike.
That's right. In addition to all the commentary you've done plenty of photojournalism as well as interviews. And it's really difficult to interview somebody or take a photo when they're losing or after they've lost, right? So it takes a very delicate balance. It takes a serious amount of professionalism, and Leonard is as professional as they get. He's been the photographer for so many important events, in addition to helping with DGT board relays and all sorts of other organizational logistics. So there's the resignation.
There it is, the handshake, and poor Leonard, I think, had just stepped away for 1 second. I'm not sure. I hope he caught it. But Magnus Carlsen winning his game against Anish Giri, and it's a huge win for Magnus. It's nice to see the two players staying at the board for a second to discuss a few lines.
And I'm trying, when they speak but you can't hear them and they're pointing to squares, I always try to translate that and figure out what line they're talking about. And it definitely has to do with this exchange sacrifice in c6.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think we'll be hearing from Anish today, but I'm very curious what Magnus is going to have to say. But a big win for the world champion, getting his first victory at this year's Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And we see them, I mean, it's really nice, and there definitely is a lot to discuss. There were a lot of lines, a lot of possible lines with that sacrifice exchange, but I'm very happy to see Anish, smiling, and Magnus as well, and to see no bad blood there between the two players.
If you're going to lose a game early, I think it's best you lose the black
Robert,
pieces to Magnus.
Sorry, Robert, to interrupt you just for 1 second, but we've also just had another game finish Mamedyarov against Esipenko has ended in a draw.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to, oh gosh, not again. So I have so much respect for both the players, and from the point of view of this game, it's been fascinating from the opening, but they agreed on a draw. Ban the draw offer. Ban it. Like, players can make draws if they play it out and it becomes a draw, sure. But look at the position that we have here as the final position. And I would, for once, would love to hear from chat to hear what your thoughts are of if this game has come to its logical conclusion that this is all that it should have been and there should be no more moves. So, I mean, I don't blame the players. The rules are the rules, and they can offer draws. I don't play very much anymore, so it's not like I can say what I would do in these circumstances, but ban the draw offer. It is the worst thing for chess, the draw offer.
I barely dare saying a word. I'm intimidated by angry Robert, but I agree with you. There was still plenty to play for in this position, and yeah, I think just very reminiscent of yesterday's draw between Dubov and Mamedyarov.
You know, I'm just going through the full gamut of emotions here. We just saw Magnus Carlsen win a great game, and Anish Giri talking it out with him. We got to see that and analyze briefly. And then we see this where it's like, wait a second, if you threw me into this to analyze, which honestly, I guess is kind of our job description, it's like, all right, I see some pluses for both sides. The game can continue, and then we'll see who plays better. But like, just have the game conclude here. I'm not blaming the players specifically because it is a rule that's allowed. I think the easiest solution is just remove the draw offer. If they make a repetition, they make a repetition. Then I can explain that repetition to our entire audience, say, these actually are great moves because black threatens this and white deals with that threat while attacking something else. And then they go back and forth. But to explain why they agreed to a draw here, I see the eval bar. The players know it's a level position, but they should still play.
Absolutely. No, I agree with you, of course. But let's move on from here. Let's go back to the, okay, let's go to the bird's eye view. Only 3 games remaining. Robert, I might have been a little bit too optimistic with my prediction of 4 decisive results.
I might have been too optimistic. I said 3, and I'm not sure we're getting 3, but we might. The game's still going on. Praggnanandhaa against Duda. There's a rook in the last rank, but it seems like Duda has everything under control. Rapport is slightly better against van Foreest in the endgame. He can bring his king to d3 and start marching up the board. And we still have action, of course, in Shankland and Grandelius.
Which one of the 3 games would you like to... Let's maybe start with Shankland Grandelius. I feel like that's the position that has most life in it at the moment.
I completely agree with that. As much as I love endgames, this position is looking particularly interesting, and I like White's position. The king is looking much safer on g2, unless there's some kind of sacrifice happening. And if there is no sacrifice, I think that White can use the vacated d3 square. There used to be a pawn there. I guess it went away for a b5, b takes c4, but now the queen comes to d3. The knight can eventually jump back to d5. The rook can come over to f1. I like the look of this position for Shankland.
Shall we maybe just rewind a few moves and see how we got here?
Sure thing. So we left off around right here. Bishop e3 was played, knight to f5, attacking the bishop and attacking the pawn. The bishop is defended by the knight, so that's why he said, please, let's take my bishop. I want to get my knight back to d5 against a dark squared bishop. Queen d7, okay, I see your threat. There's checkmate on h3. Once the knight moves out the way, so king h2. And then queen to d6 was played, which doesn't seem approved of, Fiona. I mean, it looks like a pretty logical move to me to get onto the same diagonal as the king, but queen d6 for some reason is not what the engine ordered.
Yeah, it's once again very hard to understand. It looks like a natural move, as you're saying, looking down at the king on h2. Let's see if maybe Sam is going to show us the reason why queen d6 wasn't the best.
Yeah. I mean, I really want to play g4 in one move, but there's a bishop here. So I'm wondering if knight takes, even though we talked about how we don't want that, if you can get g5 and g4 in and just blast open the f-file, you make good use of your rooks that have been sitting and waiting for a long time now to get in the game. So that didn't happen. It looks like actually that's what the engine wanted. So proves of this variation. I understand though, because from a strategic standpoint, that looks bad. Queen d6 was played, but there it is, bishop on g5. And now king goes to safety. b5 played because the knight is loose, but this trade only helps White's cause. And as we get to the live position, queen d3 was in fact played by Shankland. d5, e4, under White's control, b-file open, f-file not open. Fiona, I think all of the practical pluses are pointing in White's direction.
Absolutely. This position seems to have turned around quite a bit, but time also still has a role to play. We only moved 28 with 13 and 12 minutes respectively remaining on the clock for Sam and Niels. I think what we're going to do, Robert, is we're going to take a very quick break now, and then we'll be back with all the time trouble action from this game, as well as the 2 remaining end games. So don't go anywhere. Still plenty to play for here in the second round, and we will be right back.
My first memory would be being here with my grandfather and my little brother playing here for the very first time. I was playing in the amateur sections and really desperately trying to get a look at the top players playing. So my best memory would have to be definitely winning here last year without question. A couple of years ago, we started getting neural network chess engines into the chess world, and they really changed the game, the way we see the game very differently, and it has improved our understanding of the game immensely. So it's a very interesting development, and the way they play chess is really magnificent. So it's very nice. I have a chessboard at home, so I like to bring a chessboard to my tournaments, but 90% of the work, I think, does take place on my laptop and using technology. I always think that the engines we currently have, they're the strongest there can ever be, but they keep on getting stronger, so who knows what's going to come in the future. I've basically played in all of the groups, and indeed that just coming here as a kid and now playing on the highest stage is, of course, very special to me.
Great to hear from last year's winner, Jorden van Foreest, who is currently defending a slightly worse endgame against Richard Rapport. And Robert, is Richard making some big progress here?
Well, you know how much I love endgames, and if Jorden loves endgames too, he still will not enjoy this one too much. He's on the worst side of this endgame. White's king is more active to begin with. White's queenside pawns are also doing quite well here, because we see that White has pushed the pawns forward on the queen side, which take away squares from the knight, whereas White's knight is a bit more mobile. So I do like the look of this position for Rapport. I think that objectively, the game should be held. The king for White can march up the board and can't be kicked out of there. One of the critical things, just broadly speaking about this position, is when to make pawn moves. And that's the hardest thing about many endgames. And the best lesson I received, and it wasn't a coaching lesson, it was a post-mortem between Gadakomsky and Peter Lecko. And they were talking about, if one pawn move was induced, how would that change the nature of the endgame? So I always think about that. If this pawn were on h6 rather than on h7, what would that mean? Well, that would mean the g6 pawn is loose, and that could be a huge problem for Black. So little pawn moves here and there actually have huge consequences. And in a position like this, that is especially true. If this pawn were on a6, maybe the king could quickly jet all the way over to b6. If this pawn were on b6, then the king would try to jump over to a6. So little pawn moves make a huge difference in these endgames. And we just saw Jorden jump in with the move knight to e4 instead of touching any of his pawns.
Yeah, and Jorden, I think, is looking quite nervous. This game, although it looks like we're deep into the endgame, the clock situation is a problem here as well. We're only on move 29, so still 11 moves to go. And although the material is so reduced, I think, especially because of what you were just saying, every pawn move is going to change the nature of the position. Every pawn move is going to create some weaknesses. Some holes will be left, some pawns will be left undefended. So very, very tough to figure out the intricacies of this endgame with so little time on the clock.
Yes, and I mean, a good example of this actually was even just 2 moves ago. Here, instead of a4, White could have started with knight g5 check, forcing the king closer to this h-pawn, and then the king comes to g7, and let's say White then plays a4. Black would play h6 likely to kick the knight out, but then you play the move h6, and look at the evaluation bar. It's saying slightly better for White. There's improvement, but I care less about the evaluation, more so about what that kind of pawn move does to the position, whether it's weaken the g6 pawn or just create other issues in the position. And it is that g6 pawn that's a target, because when the knight comes around to e5 eventually, now you don't have a pawn defending it. So the king from g7 would like to sit in the center, but if the knight's on e5, then g6 would be hanging. Things like that are really consequential in the endgame. So he didn't play knight to g5 check, instead just played a4 and brought his king up. I can't blame him for these moves. And it is an endgame. They don't have too much time remaining, but they probably have just enough to be able to consider all of the nuances here.
Yeah, I'm curious if Richard. I'm curious, first of all, where is Jordan's knight going, or is that just meant to say centralized for now? I was wondering if, as white, if I can somehow bring my king, let's say, to d5 and then sort of play a5, a6, try and just give up that pawn, but in order to get in with the king.
It's a really interesting idea. You can just start pushing all your queenside pawns to do that, and you need a square to get into, to infiltrate, because right now you have d5, but you don't have c6, d6, e6, or c5 as well. So you're going to need to do something of that nature. And I saw people talking about Praggnanandhaa's game and how he had no time left. They just made to move 40. I saw the position. It looks pretty level to my eyes. The queens are about to be traded, so that game should end in a draw very shortly.
Absolutely. So I think we're not gonna go. Do you want to stick around here? Do you want to have a quick look at some Shankland?
I mean, the Shankland game is definitely interesting, as is this endgame. I love endgame, so I could stay here all day. But the Shankland game probably.
Sorry, Robert. Just as we said it, the draw was agreed, so you called it perfectly. We see the players have just gotten up from the board. So Praggnanandhaa against Duda has ended in a draw, and well, I don't know what you think, but a solid start to the tournament for the bottom seed Praggnanandhaa.
A great start for him. He drew with black against Anish Giri, and now with the white pieces, he tried to pressure Duda, but Duda's prep was good and his play was great as well. So, you know, we saw a pair of rooks get traded, and then we got to a position like this where we said the rook can come to d8 for white. It eventually did, but what black did was just say, I'm going to bring my king to g7. You need your queen to line up somehow, and even if you get that, the queen and the knight are attached. So queen e4 was played, knight to d7, hitting the rook, hitting the e5 pawn, and Duda gave up a7 to win e5, and it was simply a swap of pieces. The draw was agreed to because after queen takes, rook takes, we have 3 healthy pawns on the king side. These pawns will be traded for one another, and then the game is just a clear draw.
Absolutely. So only 2 games remain. Let's go to Sam Shankland and Niels Grandelius. In both games, the time is quite low, and we're still around 10 moves away from move 40, but Sam is still pressing. And let's just go back a few moves to where we left it off. After, was it here, queen d3?
That's right, queen d3 is the last move. And it looks like Niels, fought for the d file. He gave up on the f file, goes for the open file here. But Sam is the one in control. Like all across the board, it's a position where some of black's pieces look good, in particular knight on d4, but most of the squares, and that's the thing, is squares are so important in chess, are controlled by white. And look at that move, by the way. Rook d8 is a move that I wouldn't really consider, but I get it. You're trying to fight for the d file, and if you get rid of one pair of rooks, then e3 can kick this knight out at some point. Also, with the knight heading to e4 and the bishop leaves g5, knight g5 will be a huge fork. And knight on e4 also attacks c5. So Fiona, I have to say, this position doesn't look like it's going Niels' way. He had some aggressive intentions early. Rook b7 played. Up goes the eval bar in white's favor. It looks like all that aggression is not working out. In fact, white is the one in control.
Yeah, I'm very concerned about those weak dark squares around the black king. Also, I mean, the black king doesn't currently have any squares it can step onto. The rook on d8 controls the back rank squares. The bishop controls the square on h6. So I love your idea. I don't know, can we play knight e4 immediately and just try and bring that white knight in?
That looks really good. I honestly wasn't quite thinking about the king in the way that you just illustrated, which is a great point, that maybe rook h1 to take on h5 and just go checkmate the king. It's like the king really is in trouble here. It has no moves, and the g6 pawn is pinned. So after rook h1, I mean, this is a huge threat. You have to put something on f5. And I don't think you want to play queen f5, but you don't, I mean, you don't have too many choices here.
Yeah, rook h1. I mean, I saw the king was in trouble. I wanted to get the knight in, but I like your suggestion. Rook h1 a lot, and rook h5 is not quite a mate threat, but pretty much. So you have to do something about it. But what do? The king cannot move. You cannot defend the pawn on h5. What do you do?
Yeah. I guess something to f5, but I don't really like queen f5. It doesn't look great, and wow, there it goes, up and up. And so, I mean, the knight is going to come to e4 at some point. Even a trade of queens will be good for white because of the activity of the pieces and the d5 square and the knight to e4. But
yeah, just we should update the names on the small board. It isn't Carlsen Giri any longer, so we'll remove that. Thank you to the chat. So yeah, queen f5, and sorry, Robert.
No, I mean, the move queen f5 is like, I've stopped your immediate threat, but the underlying problems still exist. And knight e4, I guess don't trade the queens. Just try to bring the knight over to g5 once the bishop retreats. Yeah, there's also the threat of g4 to take advantage of the pinned pawn on h5. Now, Fiona, this is, unfortunately for Niels Grandelius, not looking too pleasant.
No, and I wonder, well, Sam is still thinking, but I would be shocked if he doesn't go rook h1. Maybe there's other moves which are tempting. The position is really very pleasant for him now. He understands he's in control. And there might be other options, but I'm really convinced by rook h1.
I have an idea for black. So queen f5 really doesn't look sufficient as a response, but maybe rook f5 is better. And a big reason why is that after knight e4, just defending g5, there's rook to b3, and black suddenly is causing white some problems. And I see the eval bar still loving white's position. I don't dismiss that white is doing extremely well, but you look at the position, and now all of a sudden black has play. White is down under 8 minutes, about to be down under 7 minutes. And look at it. Actually, the eval bar, it's on the edge here, trying to figure out what the real situation is. And players, our evaluation function is not robotic. We get nervous. We see our king on g2. Ooh, that king could also be unsafe, in addition to black's king being unsafe. So I do like rook f5 more than I like queen f5 because it allows black to counterattack.
Absolutely. And Sam, well, if he's looking at rook h1 now, he's probably trying to figure out the complications after rook f5, after rook b3. And actually, we just saw Sam shake his head. He knows, I'm certain he knows he is better, but there are a lot of pieces left on the board. Black is trying to get some active play. The white king, although it is a lot safer than the black king, there is still a black queen on e6 looking down the light squares, looking to potentially infiltrate, either via this diagonal or via h3. The rook on b7 is actively placed, ready to come into the white camp. So it's not a position where it's just a one-way train. Sam, while continuing his attack, has to also make sure that the black threats are being neutralized. And I think, although Sam is better, the eval bar shows it, I think a lot could still happen here in this game, as now Sam has dropped under 6 minutes, and we still have 9 moves to go, Robert.
Yeah, this is a very difficult position to play because a bunch of moves look good. And earlier, we were talking about breaking open the queen side to white's benefit. But now it's suddenly looking like it became black's benefit, because if you could put a pawn back on b6, like if you just gave black a pawn and put it on b6 and close the file, that extra pawn hurts black because white is going to attack on the king side. And so what black is doing is countering down the b file. You mentioned the queen looking very good on e6. I agree. It ties the queen on d3 to the c4 pawn. Also can jump into h3 if the king ever had to move. So knight e4 at some point is what white wants, but it does allow rook b3 with tempo. And that's probably what's holding Sam back.
There was one more question in the chat from one T-sip. After rook h1, is it an option for black to go knight to f5?
Knight to f5, certainly possible or not good, according to
maybe there's g4.
Yeah, g4 looks really tempting because after g4, if you play rook d7, like, yes, I'm attack your queen. Unfortunately, g takes f5 will attack the black queen as well. So you don't just go ahead and win material or like, win the queen. Your queen is also under attack. So unfortunately, you can't get away with a move like rook d7. So knight f5 will not pan out for black.
And Sam has just gone knight to e4, so no rook h1.
Okay. And do you see how quickly Niels responded, by the way?
I didn't actually.
Like, I thought he responded like instantly, but let me refresh.
I think he did. I think he did it so quickly that I missed it.
Like, Sam's move wobbled the pieces, and as the pieces were getting back on their squares, Niels had already finished his move rook to b3, like as if he was pre-moving it. And it makes sense. We just talked about how the queen on d3 is importantly defending the pawn on c4. And Fiona, there is one idea that I'm considering here. I love sacrificing other people's pieces. Rook takes d4 here is fascinating to me, because after rook d4, if you take the rook, you lose your rook. So you have to take the queen. And now the d4 rook has to take back. c4 is defended tactically because of knight d6. So something like this leaves white in charge. Yeah? Did he? He has indeed played rook takes d4.
Wow, and staring, giving Niels the stare.
And Niels was not expecting it, because you don't hesitate even for a moment when rook takes d4 is played. You only have one move. He does, in fact, take the queen. Sam takes back, and this position is actually quite miserable for black. The bishop on g7 is terrible. As mentioned, knight d6 will fork the queen on c4 and the rook on f7 if the queen were to take. If the bishop moves, knight g5 is coming. Black has nothing resembling any active play. White controls the open d file, a great practical choice by Sam Shankland, even if the engine bar says it's only slightly better for white.
Yeah, and not easy now. I'm sure Niels would have preferred the engine bar. Of course, the players can't see it, but for the engine bar to be a bit higher in Sam's favor, but to have a bit more counterplay, a bit more practical chances, because now, as you said, he is quite tied down. I wonder, we can't even take on c4, I guess, because of the fork on d6.
Exactly.
So what's it going to be? I think Niels, no, he didn't make a move yet. Can we somehow try and... I would love to get rid of my bishop on g7. What if I go... Can I try and exchange it on h6? Probably not, right?
Because you're not even threatening to exchange it, right? The knight will replace the bishop. But bishop f8 has some serious intentions here, because you protect c5, which is under attack, and protect d6, which opens up queen takes c4. I still think that white can just sit on the position. This rook can come to d5 and things of that nature. But I like your thought process there, Fiona, because bishop h6 at some point, getting rid of that bishop probably will help black in the defensive task, but it is a defensive task. I don't care that you have a queen. White is well ahead in this position. You have a rook, you have a knight, you control pretty much the entire board at this point. And so Niels is really in trouble.
Should we take 1 second to quickly look at the endgame, see how far away Jorden and Richard are from move 40. So let's remind everyone, only 2 games remain, this one and Van Foreest against Rapport. And also here, we're only on move 33. A couple of pawns have been swapped, and under 5 minutes as well.
Yeah, it looks like the G pawns are off the board and not much else. And we need to think about how trades impact positions. It's just a single trade. Knight h4 will not win any material. e6 will protect, so I can't just go after that pawn. And he plays knight g5, and h6 is not possible because knight f7 check will win this pawn. And e4 now is an idea. I'm not sure if it leads to anything real in terms of winning chances for white, but if the pieces get traded, let's say I make the move a6, and just to force this situation here, where white's king is more active, is farther up the board, it says that it's just even, but you need to be absolutely positive about this if you're Jorden van Foreest, because you can't allow the knight trade and then hope that it draws. You need to know that it draws because of white's activity in the position.
Instead, Jorden, he did not go for a6. He went for e6.
Mm-hmm.
And can we do the same thing here?
That's the big question, because judging by the eval bar, which is a huge help at the moment, it seems that black should be able to hold this position despite white's king activity. So e4 is undoubtedly what the players are thinking about, but I do think with the series of trades, it should be just a hold here. Like if we get into this position, even king e7 to start, that way we maybe trade on our own terms. Because here you see exactly this. This is exactly the fear that players should have in these kind of end games, where you say, oh, it doesn't matter how I trade pieces. And then the engine says, ha, it doesn't matter. Of course it matters. It always matters. And it really does. And it's because the white king is more advanced. It's on the 4th rank. The black king is on the 3rd rank. And if I push you back some more, in comes my king. I have moves to waste, and black really doesn't. So black, let's say h6, h4, h5, situation like this. I go king d4. I am pushing your king back. And then my king is coming to e5. Then I can push here and win this h5 pawn. And then that's like, just to show what that looks like, is let's say I get this position. I just go and take this pawn. Then your king will have to stay over here. The white king will rush back over the queen side, while the black king goes after this pawn. It's used as a decoy, and white would win. So, Fiona, endgames can be quite tricky.
Endgames are tough, and we see Richard there deep in thought, trying to figure it out. Jorden at this moment are down to under 2 minutes. So if Richard wants to keep trying, what do you think is the trickiest attempt for Richard?
E4 for sure.
And there he goes.
There he goes. And for Jorden, just based on, we went through a line and we saw that the evaluation went sky high. After pawn takes, knight takes, he needs to play king e7. That seems to be the move to get the king to f6. And the reason why, there's a really big difference between the king being on f6 and d6. And it's that when the king is on d4, the opposition restricts the black king, right? This king takes away all forward squares. But if the king is on f6, if the king goes to d4, the king has the f5 square, an advanced option. So just to walk through that, is that once we get a trade, that after the king goes to e4 and h6, h4, h5, now king d4, when the king was on d6, the king had nowhere to go. After king d4, the king comes up to f5, and yes, we see that black is winning because black gets to the pawn first. So that's the huge difference, is the placement of the black king.
But very difficult for Jorden to figure this out. He's under a minute now, and I think king e7 is not an obvious move. Also, white doesn't have to swap knights. After it takes on e4, knight takes king e7, white could keep the knight, jump into c5, or jump elsewhere.
Exactly. So it's not only the king and pawn in game you have to be worried about, it's if the knights remain and white starts pestering some of black's pawns. And it's really not easy. Jorden is spending his time here. He's, really pretty low on the clock and trying to work this out.
Oh, the clock did, good news for Jorden, it did just jump up from under a minute to under 2 minutes. But yeah, either way, very little time, and Jorden, I think there is a lot of pressure on him now.
Yes, because you can even see it on his face. There's concern, and that's actually good. Not to be scared because you're nervous about losing, but in general, being nervous is good because you care, you're giving it your all, and that way you make sure that you remain skeptical. You need to calculate, not just assume. And I think that look on his face is one that he is calculating every single variation, and he's making sure that he is not just going to walk into a losing king and pawn in game. If the knights get traded, it's on his terms, the king going to f6 rather than staying on d6. These end games are really tricky. They're fascinating, but they're beautiful, just how the geometry of the board is so essential.
And speaking of beautiful, our producer Big has gotten us a beautiful close-up of the clock. I know that Jorden says a little bit hidden, but he's about to drop under 1 minute. I think it says 1 minute, 6 seconds, 5, 4, and very soon we'll see Jorden under. And there he goes. So 59 seconds now, Jorden under a minute. So the clock we see on screen is about 30 seconds off.
Oh, I thought we were just admiring the a4 and b4 pawns, because those are nice advanced pawns and they deserve our attention too. Not just, those ticking seconds. I like those pawns where they are. They're giving Rapport some good chances to win this game.
And it's funny what Richard did. He picked up his pen, sort of giving Jorden a hint. Okay, you don't have too much time, Jorden. I'm ready to write down your move. What's it going to be?
And he moved his knight. Oh my gosh, he moved his knight because he saw that the king and pawn in game was losing. And so he moves his knight, but isn't h7 just hanging? Wait,
h7
what?
is hanging, and that's why we see Richard Rapport pull a very surprised face here. h7 is hanging, and it looks like we can just take it.
Yeah, you could take on f5 first and then take on h7, and that's a free outside pass pawn. And I get it. I don't want to be overly critical because we were just walking everyone through the difficulties of that endgame. And when you have an eval bar off the side, knowing from the start that it's completely equal if you do something, that is so helpful. But when you don't know, you're really thinking like, I might just lose this game if I make this trade, so let's do something else. Not to mention that e5 check was a winning threat as well. So you couldn't make a move like a6 or waste time, or h6 because e5 check would have won. So I get knight d7 even if it's a bad move.
Exactly. Yeah, I think what you're like, if king e7 was missed, then the best you can think of is to give up the pawn on h7, because you think that all other endgames just lose on the spot. And Richard, well, he still has a little bit of time, but I think he's reaching, and there he goes. Knight takes h7.
He's grabbing the pawn and he leaves the E and F pawns on the board. I don't think that's actually of great importance. Though you should always note differences in positions where if you took, there's a symmetrical pawn structure. If black takes, it's not symmetrical, but it doesn't matter, or at least, I mean, pawns in the same file. So here it's all about the outside pass pawn. And actually, Fiona, one thing that is worth noting is that if you were going to move your knight, knight d7 is very passive. Maybe knight h5 was just a better choice because at least you're attacking a pawn, even though your pawn h7 is hanging. It still says it's an advantage for white. That much is clear to me, but that probably was a better knight move if you were going to move that piece.
Yes, I agree. I'm surprised Jorden went back, and I'm curious what his follow-up idea is now after the pawn on h7 dropped. He's going to have to try something active, get the knight back into the game, try and maybe attack some white pawns. But I'm not seeing it, and he just play I think e5 is on the board.
Okay, so he's giving up a second pawn after pawn takes e5 check, and then e takes f5, and this is just a losing sequence. He freaked out. He got really low on time. He was calculating that the exchanges on e4, and the real issue, as Fiona and I have been talking about, is when he was thinking about the knight trade on e4, there are so many variations to consider with pawns on a6, pawn b6, pawn h6, whatever it is. They were all actually losing for black. And so with little time on the clock, Jorden couldn't keep calculating, and now he's in a 2-pawn down endgame, and this should be a victory for Rapport.
Absolutely, especially since we're on move 38 now. So 3 moves to go for Jorden, but only 2 moves for Richard Rapport. He is going to, for sure, and we see on Jordan's face, he understands that he has messed this one up. So yeah, Richard is going to be holding on to those pawns until we make move 40, and then the players will get an extra 50 minutes, which will be plenty of time for Richard Rapport to figure out how to convert his 2 extra pawns.
And it's still extremely early in the tournament, but Jorden was interviewed, and he said, asked if it's realistic that he wins the event again, and he said, not realistic, but he's not the favorite, and that's true by rating. He still, of course, has a long way to go, can still win the tournament. But something that he did last year was he rarely had bad positions. His preparation was exquisite. He didn't lose a single game, if I'm not mistaken. And here in this game, he was more or less okay, especially at the opening. But then we got to this end game where it was 2 rooks and a knight, and then a bunch of pawns, and he was worse. Then it got to a knight endgame. He was still worse. And then it was the point where he had under a minute left, and he needed to find a series of only moves, very likely, and he couldn't do that under the time pressure. So it's unfortunate for Jorden and his fans. For the Dutch fans, it's going to be a particularly painful day, Fiona. Anish Giri lost. Jordan's about to lose. So they got a Dutch win in Wijk aan Zee for the first time in, I think it was something like 35 years. But it's not getting off to the greatest of starts.
I thought it was even more, but I could be wrong. But yeah, today. But great news for the Richard Rapport fans. Richard, today it wasn't anything spectacular in the opening, you know, nothing crazy, but he just applied steady pressure onto Jorden, who cracked sort of at the last hurdle in this pawn and knight endgame.
Yeah, and the king goes up to e5, trying to win that pawn on f5. It can go up to f6, but the knight, that's a weirdly placed knight for Rapport. So that's the one thing that might cause him some difficulty here. And they haven't reached move 40. It's about to be his 40th turn. And the question is, do you push the pawn to f6, or do you say, have that pawn? Take this pawn. You'll still have to deal with this pawn on h3. And if I bring my knight back around towards the queen side, I believe that white can just win the game on that side of the board by giving up the h3 pawn. I'm not sure if he should go for that. He start with f6. That doesn't really change all that much, but I'm just noting that even if you lose f5, there's still h3, and that's.
And what if you go b5 and try and make the time control that way, try and gain a tempo attacking the black knight?
Yeah, it looks good. I mean, it says it went down a teeny bit, but it's still hugely in favor of white, and yeah, that looks really good. Honestly, most moves that aren't huge blunders of a knight or something are going to be winning for white, and it's all about the fact that now black needs to stay on the king side, and then this knight will come over here somewhere and help out.
Yeah, and Richard, well, he still has just over a minute, and he just goes for the immediate f6.
Yeah, I think that's the smartest choice. It just means that you can pass the turn and you can figure out how to win next, because the best that black can do is stop the pawn, and then the knight can come back the next move and give up f6 like we were talking about. So this looks like a pretty straightforward victory for Rapport coming up.
Let's quickly go back to Sam Shankland and Niels Grandelius, see if they have made the time control.
Whoa.
One move to go, and the position has changed a lot once again. And the first thing I see is the eval bar says 0-0. If you're just tuning in now, below the players' cam, you can see the results so far. Only one decisive game, Magnus Carlsen winning his game against Anish Giri.
And Fiona, the reason why it says it's level is because of what you advocated for. You said, as black, I want to trade those bishops. That's exactly what Niels was able to do. And if this is correct, Sam is down to mere seconds to make his 40th move. He did play rook d5, and the eval bar is going in black's favor, which I can't really believe. This happens in time trouble and blitz chess, but black was in such a poor position earlier. And now on Niels Grandelius' 40th move, he's a chance to take an advantage. And it's probably because he is an outside pass pawn, and this queen for knight and pawn imbalance with an outermost pass pawn is apparently good for black.
The question is, what do we do? I guess we don't want to take on d5, giving white that pass d pawn. So do we take on g5? That's what Niels goes for. And the players have now both made move 40, so they will both get an additional 50 minutes. But yeah, we see Niels there walking away from the board, and Sam head in hand. I wonder if Sam already realizes this has slightly gone wrong. And as you say, I think this a pawn is the reason why.
So I think this is where explanations are often more valuable than pure evaluation. And the reason I say that is because when I look at this position, one of the things I'm wondering about is we're going to take this all of his pawns in front of black's. There's an outside H pawn, which if this knight were to go away, and let me try to force that somehow, like here, just bear with me, everybody, as I try to make this situation happen. Don't take on e2. I know I'm giving that pawn away, but I just want to sacrifice this knight for this pawn. That's all I'm trying to do. So here, takes. So something like this. If we get this position, and that's where you're trying to visualize, does white have chances to make a draw? And we see the evaluation bar. I'm less interested in that. I would say even without that bar, the problem is that black has some pass pawn potential, and white's pawns are up the board in this manner. If this pawn were on h4, then I think that white has much better chances to hold, even though I still don't think necessarily you're going to hold the game, that you can hold it much better. You can, there's no passed pawn to make for black. The rook can shift between g5. The king can just maneuver like f2, those kind of squares. So that would give white better chances. But with the pawn structure the way it is, I think that black would be winning.
Yeah, so an incredible turnaround here, with suddenly black being the one in the driver's seat. Robert, we've had a lot of emotions. A lot of things have happened in this time control. Only 2 games remain, but all to play for in this one. And looks like Richard Rapport is on his way to beating Jorden van Foreest. But we'll have a look at all of that after a short break. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with the remainder of the action from round 2.
this year's SCC is going to be one for the record books and one that people will not forget anytime soon.
Oh, nice for rook a5. Love that.
C3. I love what Shankar is doing. So resilient. That is textbook right there. Yeah, that's incredible.
That's perfect play. That's just
it's over.
And Ding Ren, all he needed to do was hold in the bullet. He moves on to the quarterfinals. But what a match this was. My head is spinning.
And where's the mate? Rook G7? No.
Oh my gosh, this is eval bar.
No.
It's over, right?
Oh
How do you stop this?
God, this is insane.
And look at E5, King E5 ready, knight G3.
Hikaru is look at his final position, and this is just insane. This is indefensible with 10 seconds on the clock.
Like King, I don't see a move.
I don't see a move, and neither does Jeffrey. He's down. Okay, this is over.
Desperation, but you're getting crushed anyway. Too many pawns.
And it's going to be a 4-point lead, and he resigns. What an incredible ending by Wesley. I mean, this is resignable, and the worst thing is that Nihal's going to win this with 3 seconds. Like, he's going to take on D3, he's going to go F5, and he's going to win the game.
I'm speechless.
In our final score, 18-9, Nihal exactly doubles Rehard Rapport's score. I'm watching the clock, Benjamin. Somebody's going to flag here.
Nah.
Oh,
play with 0.1 seconds.
1 second. Oh, he flags again. Oh my gosh.
Rook takes c4. He's trying to give away everything.
Oh, there it is. Renegade rook time. But here's what black is going to do.
Oh no.
You're going to get. I think I'm a specialist in defending against. It's just king d6 and it's over already.
It's over.
It's over before it began.
Yeah, he tried, but Hikaru basically, in 2 moves played instantly. Just took your idea and said, yeah, that's not going to work around here. Hey, that's a really surgical move.
You would never guess that this came from a Von Cloud.
Oh my god. Yeah, he just did it, folks. Yeah.
And Fabi.
Oh no. Oh no.
We have our semifinal set. Nakamura against Ding and Nihal against Wesley. Can you take and go knight e5? Again, relying on that defensive knight. Oh, look at Wesley. I have no checks here.
Oh my god.
Bishop takes e4 and knight e2 interposing with check. And what an incredible win by Wesley.
He gets that 2-point lead back in incredible fashion.
Wesley So wins the first semifinal. He's got 5 seconds. He's going to play instantly.
Sack exchange here.
Whoa, Bishop C1. It was a mouse slip.
Mouse slip. He was going to D2.
Oh, it was going to D2, but it was still bad. Rook H7 check would have been terrible.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Hikaru saves the match with a win in the last game. And we're going to overtime.
Oh.
Repeating.
Oh, everybody's
Bishop
dream come
F4.
true. More games. No, Ding wants checkmate.
I don't know if he does. He's got 12 seconds. He's got no time. I don't see the win. I don't know if I agree. Leave over to the draw. We're going to Armageddon.
We keep going.
Unbelievable. Hikaru survives. Will Ding see knight e7 and b6? That is his only chance to keep this endgame going.
He has
the time, but he misses it. He misses it and he collapses. Rook b7, king f7, king e6.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. But rook a5.
Rook a5.
And the problem might be the black is not going to give up the e4 pawn, and in that case, white's not winning that game. Ding overlooked it. Ding missing that tactical shot, which would have given him the chances, and now he doesn't see a move. Hikaru might pull this one out. I mean, Ding has to give up the pawn and then move the knight around. Hikaru's not losing this game. He's got more time on the clock, and Ding sitting back, basically admitting defeat. And that's it. The match is over. Ding resigns.
Yeah.
And Hikaru Nakamura wins the Armageddon against Ding Liren to make it to the SCC finals. Oh, what a move.
Finds him with queen e6.
Wesley with 2 seconds. Queen f5. On the skin of his teeth. Queen f6 interposing. Queen e7 Hikaru. Oh, and king f6.
Hikaru's still pushing for the win, but it should be
queen g6. And Wesley blunders at the last second.
Oh,
Wesley
my God.
blunders at the last second.
But still, it's not over yet. Hikaru still has to convert. King h3.
No, but 1 second. Wesley's just going to flag here. Queen g6. All the pawns are falling. It's over. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
And Hikaru Nakamura, for the 4th straight time, he wins the Speed Chess Championship with one of the most commanding matches in SCC history.
Welcome back to the final stages of the second round here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Robert, what a round it has been. A lot of peaceful results. We've had draws between Vidit and Caruana, between Mamedyarov, Esipenko, between Pragg and Duda, between Karjakin and Dubov, but a big win for world champion Magnus Carlsen against Anish Giri. But all those draws, they don't tell the full story.
They certainly do not. Vidit against Fabiano, that was well-prepared game by Caruana. He held the balance quite easily. Dubov did the same against his compatriot Karjakin. Praggnanandhaa and Duda, they were trying to jockey for a little something here and there, but nothing was to be. And then Mamedyarov played G4 on move 3. So he has been full of electric chess, even if his results don't really tell that tale. And of course, we have 2 games still going. It looks like Rapport is going to score his bounce back victory against Jorden van Foreest, and Sam Shankland against Niels Grandelius. That's anyone's game at this point with a rook, knight versus queen imbalance.
Absolutely interesting that all 4 players who are still fighting it out were all involved in decisive results yesterday. And I just think we might see another 2 decisive results between the 4 of them. Let's maybe start with the endgame between Richard Rapport and Jorden van Foreest, because I think very likely that's the game that will conclude first. Well, we can see the overview actually of the 2 games that are still going, but the one between Rapport and Van Foreest is a knight endgame with 2 extra pawns for white.
Yeah, that one doesn't seem too difficult for Rapport. I mean, look at Jordan's face. He's not exactly enthused by the prospects of his position, probably because there really are no prospects. It's just all downhill. But I have the game between Sam Shankland and Niels Grandelius in the bottom right of the screen here. It's a position that is actually quite interesting, because my first thought was that Black should be quite a deal ahead here. But then I started thinking during the break, Fiona, that it's actually Black's king that's in a bit of danger, and that could dissuade Niels from playing for a win. So what I mean by that is, like, Queen A2 hits 2 separate pawns, and after Rook D7 check, I could see a possibility that instead of playing for a win, Niels says, I'll just play King G8 and go back to G7, and we call it a day. I'm exhausted. It's been an intense battle, because the only way to play for a win is to bring your king up to F6 and then bring your king up to a square like F5, but you might be asking for more trouble than it's worth.
Yeah, it's absolutely true that I probably underestimated the dangers linked to trying to push for a win here as Black. Let's maybe show why the Black king cannot try and hide on H6.
Sure. The king going to H6. For starters, the knight can just go to F7 with check and come back to G5, but you're very close to being checkmated. If I could have my pawn on F4, if you just allow me to have it there, then Rook H7 would be check and mate. So there's no way you're playing for a win with King H6. You're really just potentially getting yourself in danger, which is why King F6, you're going towards the center, makes sense. But after Knight H7, you don't even have King to F8 because E6, because Knight F8 is check. It protects the Rook on D7. It also puts pressure on G6. So this type of position, that's why Niels will have to calculate right now, because if he is going to play for a win, it's by bringing your king up to a square like F5, and that looks very risky.
I see an interesting question in the chat from LEFTW. Says, I'm no pro, but I would be considering Queen A6 for pressure and defense.
Hitting the C4 pawn, covering the E6 square from the check there. It looks like a very good move. You're just bringing your queen back to defend. That does allow White to keep all of his pawns, whereas the queen on A2 hit 2 separate pawns. Queen A6 only hits 1. So the rook can come to defend the pawn, for example, on either C5 or D4. And that at least gives White some hope of continuing this game. And if Black sort of wanders and doesn't really do anything of note, this C pawn could become a dangerous one that Black has to deal with. But Queen A6 is a perfectly good move. I like the move. It sort of holds Black's position together quite nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, well, we see Niels has gone into the tank since receiving his extra 15 minutes. The clock will update after he's made his next move. But I think Niels is going to to be using a fair amount of his time here to decide, do I want to press for the win? Of course he wants to press for the win, but then figure out, is there any way I can do so without taking too much risk? And what is the path? I mean, still a hugely complex position despite the somewhat reduced material.
And Fiona, you've done a lot of commentary. So my question for you is putting you on the spot, but I'm going to ask you, after a game where Niels was much worse, you know, in real trouble, and now he's in the driver's seat, or he doesn't know that for a fact, but he has a queen, his opponent does not. He lost yesterday's game. So if you're trying to get into the mindset of the player, do you think you play for a win to try to get back to an even score? Or do you think that Niels is he's had a rough game today, it's been exhausting, he just says, let's call it a day and go home?
I think that Niels is quite objective in these spots. I think he's going to not let what was in the past affect his decision. I'm basing my judgment also on what we just saw on the camera, Niels shaking his head. I think if he
I just see this person's back. That's all I'm saying.
It's a blackout. I think Niels is not gonna be thinking, okay, it was a rough day, I was under a lot of pressure, let's call it a draw. I think if he feels I cannot make progress without taking too much risk and I'm not sure of the ramifications, then he might go for this potential draw you were showing with the perpetual check. But yeah, I think Niels will take his time and make an objective decision based on the position he is seeing right now.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct. He's a professional, but he is a high-class player, and so he will just try to decide if it's worth it. And what I mean by that in this context is that I'm agreeing with you, Fiona, but he can't calculate every single thing, and he knows that. So if Queen A2, just to sort of put that type of position on the board again, if he gets to this position in his head and he's thinking, wait, is my king in some danger? Like if this rook comes to E7, is my king about to get checkmated? You look at it, the king doesn't have G5, it doesn't have the F6 square, so one check and it's mate. So if you take a pawn, you just lose the game, right? You get checked and your king has nowhere to go. You have to give up your queen and you're getting mated right after that. So it's really, really risky to bring the king up to F5. And then you get here in your head. Reminder to everybody that I can make the moves. Fiona and I can talk about all the chess, and then we can say, no, let's go back 7 moves earlier. And then you get here and you're like, okay, I can't take this pawn. I can't move my king. White's next move is going to be C5 and C6 and so on. That looks pretty scary from a distance, right?
Absolutely. And I was sorry, Niels did make a move. I didn't see, the queen is, where is the queen now? Queen E3 made the move, and with a quick, accompanied by a quick stare at Sam. So Queen E3 is a move we hadn't really looked at.
No, it looks reasonable though. You're just applying immediate pressure on E2 while defending A7 and keeping the rook on D5 honest, because that knight on G5 is under attack. But you also do allow this rook D7 check, because if the king goes back, the rook just follows. And if the king goes to F6, you allow knight E4 with check. The rook can come to D2. And this is honestly a really interesting position where there's no balance. It's a queen versus a rook, a knight, and a pawn. Lasker compensation for the queen. And this pawn can start running up the board. The C pawn, just like the A pawn, can start running for black. And how to assess this is so challenging when you're just trying to think about everything 10 moves, 12 moves down the line, and you see a pawn race.
Absolutely. I actually, Robert, the more, like, looking at the two players, I think it's not unlikely we will see a draw. Like, the way Niels looked at Sam after making his move and the way Sam is now shaking his head, because I still think in this line after rook D7, as black, do you really want to step forward?
I mean, the good news here is you can step back, let's say here, but I guess maybe rook to d2 right away was better than rook to d6 check. You can save that check for later. It does look extremely risky, and I think that's your point, is that White's pawn can advance just like Black's pawn can, and White's king is obviously safer. The knight, the rook, they team up very well here. Yeah, I don't think I would want any part of this if I were Niels. I would just make the draw if I,
Yeah, because the rook on d2 is defending the pawn on e2. The rook on d2 can never be chased away because it is defended by the knight, which is perfectly placed on e4, which in turn can never be kicked out, the knight from e4. And the rook from d2 is doing a great job also cutting off the black king. So the black king can never help stopping the c pawn. So yeah, I don't know if I would really want to try and play this for a win as White.
Yeah, it seems like you're playing to lose rather than to win from the Black side. And the evaluation bar has stayed consistent. It says that Black is doing just absolutely fine, but you just feel the risk that one mistake from Black and the game collapses. Whereas for White, it seems like you have more wiggle room, and that's not a comfortable place to be if you're Niels Grandelius. So I definitely second what you're saying, that here there could be just a draw after rook d7, king g8.
And
We'll
I
see
think
what
rook
Niels
d7
plays.
has just been played, so we will find out now. Either Niels goes back, and also if Niels goes back, I don't think Sam can play either. I don't think there's also any way Sam can make progress without losing any ground, because the two pieces, the pawn on e2 and the knight on g5, are attacked.
That's
so
right.
I think it's in Niels' hands now. Is he going to go back? And very likely we will see a repetition. And Niels instantly answers that question. I think he stepped back onto g8, and Sam immediately giving the check on d8. So I think, Robert, we might just see a handshake here.
Yeah, it looks like it's about to happen. And now Shankland has zero choice, because you mentioned the knight and the pawn e2 both under attack. So the king can go to f6, but that allows the knight to come to e4 with check, and then the rook to retreat to d2, protecting everything. So if I were Niels, I would spend all the rest of my time calculating, because he can make a draw now or in 29 minutes and 34 seconds, or he can think and just really work at this position, because the draw can be had at any moment. Let's work, let's calculate. And it's probably not worth the risk, just trying to be objective about the position. And as you said, Niels, a very objective player, a professional. He had the black pieces today. A draw is a fine result. He lost yesterday, but today is a new day, and so is tomorrow. So I do think that he will play king to g8. But if I were playing and I weren't super tired and I had some energy left, I would be spending all of it calculating king f6 right now, and that's what he's doing.
Absolutely, I agree with you. The problem is that you have to strike the right balance, because if you use all your time to calculate king f6, well, then you don't really, let's say you spend 25 minutes now, you don't really want to play king f6 with only 2 minutes on the clock, because then you're really running a serious risk, because also then you cannot force the draw any longer, I believe, at any point. So I think Niels will invest some time, but if you want to play, you probably cannot afford to spend up all your time before making that decision.
It's a really good point, and it's the difficulty. You don't want to play the move quickly because it might be a bad move or a dangerous move, but you don't want to play it too slowly, because if you do eventually play it after calculating, you don't have time remaining to calculate the rest. And he did just play king g8. This game is about to end in a draw. The players will split the point, and I don't think either player is particularly thrilled.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I saw a comment in the chat, and there is the handshake, that it's a great save by Sam. I don't think that's the way Sam is going to be looking at it. I think Sam is the one who was probably pressing for longer in this game. But in a way, it's a funny game where I think both players will find reasons to be dissatisfied.
And I think that Sam should be the one who's more dissatisfied. He had heavy pressure down the d file on the black king, and it seems like there were a series of mistakes that allowed Niels not just to stay in the game and about equal territory, but then even have a slight edge with the queen against the rook and knight. So I think that there was a missed chance. We can actually revisit it at some point. There is only one more game remaining. It's between Rapport and Jorden van Foreest. That seems all locked up, and no moves have been made in a while. But if we do go back in time, Fiona, I think after the queen sack, somewhere around here, when you see the evaluation bar, it just loves White's position, and I wouldn't be surprised if I see the eval bar go up. I think tactically, rook d7 might just be the tactic that the doctor ordered, because knight f6 check. There's a fork here if you try to say that's a free rook. So I'm guessing, and let's see, rook d7, haha, stable. Oh, no, go back up. Yes, it's going back up. Yeah, rook d7 is the choice of the engines. And the point is that after you trade here, it looks like a free rook, but that's a check. And I get the queen, and then all your pawns fall.
That's a very cute little tactic, and yeah, I definitely think that if one of the two plays, it's going to be Sam who's more upset. And I think it was even clear from the postmortem. Sometimes you can tell, like Sam walked away quite quickly, and yeah, I think clearly will be quite disappointed.
Yeah, because when he didn't find that tactic and he played rook to d5, all of a sudden the queen went over here, and I'm guessing there's still rook d7, and there's a huge initiative for White, but instead he played rook d2, a quiet move protecting e2, and then the advantage just goes away. And we saw what happened at the end here. There was nothing for Niels to be worried about. Rook f5 was a pretty nice move, because if you don't play rook f5, this rook comes into d6, and g6 is a problem, and now the black king is in serious trouble. But instead, rook f5 gets rid of the material, and then we saw the draw happen by repetition. So I think a fair result in the end.
Yeah, a fighting game between two fighting players, and that leaves us with only Richard Rapport and Jorden van Foreest. And we just saw Richard make a move on the camera, bringing back that knight to g5. The players are moving very fast. King takes f6, knight e4 check. But it looks like, although we haven't looked at this game in a while, that Richard invested a lot of time, and maybe we can go back to where we left it off, but I wouldn't be surprised if he has pretty much calculated this all the way to the end from here.
Right, so he went f6 at the time control. He then played b5, your suggestion, and he just brought his king towards the center, and that's when a6 happened. So what Rapport was thinking about is, what do I do with my knight? And he said, let's just bring this on over and go knight d6 check, because there's a problem on b7. And this h pawn still existing is a huge issue for black, because in some positions you can sacrifice your knight for the remaining pawns, but here with the h3 pawn, it doesn't seem like you're going to be able to do that. And there's no way to sacrifice the knight easily. So it just seems like it's a tough situation for Van Foreest. It has been for a while, and Rapport is doing the wise thing. He is calculating. He's not just playing. He wants to make sure that he gets this victory rather than wasting an opportunity by playing a little too fast.
Absolutely, and yeah, Jorden. Well, where do you go? The king is in check. The king also has to keep an eye on the black knight on e5. So what are your options? The options are king f4, king f6, or king e6.
All of them drop this very important b7 pawn. So I can show a mistake that White could make. So for example, if we take on b7 and take on b5, if you think you're going to push this pawn up the board, and just in general, you can't allow black to sacrifice the knight for that pawn if the king is winning the h3 pawn. So you go up a piece for White, that's great, but you don't win the game. It's just a draw. A lone knight can't checkmate a king. So in this position, you just take back. And then once the knight comes to d7, you're not going to ever allow this knight to sacrifice itself for this very important pawn. The king will be distracted by the h pawn, and then the knight and king for White will take care of the black knight.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fairly straightforward win for Richard from here. King f4 has been played. I guess knight b7 will be played.
Yeah, for sure.
And I just don't see, I think the problem is exactly what you mentioned. The black knight will be tasked with trying to stop the white b pawn, but because the pawn on h3 is distracting the black king, I think the white king and knight will manage to cooperate successfully to bring the b pawn forward.
And it'd be interesting if this h3 pawn were not here, like in this were the position. If this position is interesting to me, if we can remove the h3 pawn in our heads, is this just a draw or can white win this game? And the reason why it could be a draw is that white can never allow the knight to sacrifice out for this pawn. And that means the king will try to work its way back to this side of the board, but it's cut off for the moment. So with the h3 pawn, it seems very clear. And I like that move b6, by the way, because now you're leaving more pawns on the board. And that's good news for white, just so you can't even allow black any hope of taking all the remainder pawns.
And I guess Richard maybe just had to be careful, and we see the resignation there by Jorden after king to c5. So nice technique by Richard. He found an even stronger move than knight takes b7 as king c5. There is no way for black to defend the pawn on b7 now, and the b pawn is just gonna queen. So a nice victory for Richard Rapport, but a tough day at the office for Jorden.
Yeah, it's not the result Jorden was looking for, especially after the opening. There were no problems in his position, but little issues popped up here and there after a series of trades in the middle of the board, and Rapport showed why he is a top-class grandmaster. He was able to milk that tiny edge and nurse it into something that became a bit bigger, and Jorden was in some serious time trouble. He made a fatal mistake and thus lost the game, but Rapport deserves so much credit for putting the pressure on his opponent, and even in that last moment, he found that one last important choice in the end by protecting his pawn on b6 in advance, because had he played knight takes b7 rather than king to c5, then there was this move knight to d7, and down goes the b6 pawn, and down goes the eval bar, because black is going to take the remaining two pawns and then take the kingside pawn as well. So this would have been a decision that would have cost Rapport a half point, and that's why he started with king c5, because after knight d7, king b5, there's no way to stop knight takes b7, and the a5 pawn falls as well. White keeps the pawns on the board and wins the game.
Absolutely. Nice technique by Richard Rapport, who bounces back from yesterday's loss in the best possible way. I don't know if we have the results ready for the day. Here they are. Two decisive results today. Both white wins. One for world champion Magnus Carlsen against Anish Giri, and the other we just saw it for Richard Rapport against Jorden van Foreest.
So to this point, we've had 14 games, 5 decisive ones, and all 5 of the decisive games were won by the player with the white pieces. So the first move advantage is real. It's a statistical thing, right? You get the edge by moving first, dictating the action. But thus far in Wijk, we haven't seen a player with the black pieces win a game, even though in round 1, Mamedyarov did come pretty close.
Absolutely. We'll see if tomorrow is the day. For now, we're going to take a quick break, but we're not done just yet, so don't go anywhere. We'll be recapping some of the action from today, so we'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome again in Wijk aan Zee.
Schaken staat voor verbinding. Verbinding hier in het dorp in Wijk aan Zee, maar ook onder schaakfans over de hele wereld.
Ik woon nu 20 jaar in Wijk aan Zee en sindsdien ben ik gek van schaken.
Het leukste aan schaken vind ik dat je met jezelf bezig bent, maar ook met de tegenstander.
Ik vind schaken een fantastische sport. Het scherpt de geest.
Wijk aan Zee is de thuishaven van het schaken.
Met schaken leer je vooruitdenken.
Ik ben bijzonder trots.
Eindelijk weer gezelligheid in ons hotel.
Het is een herinnering, elk jaar weer.
Herinnering.
Eigenlijk het eerste jaar dat Magnus Carlsen bij ons logeerde in het hotel.
Dus ze hebben altijd wat te vertellen en zijn heel erg passievol.
We beginnen met een lege gymzaal en we toveren het om naar een professionele schaaktoernooi.
Deze klus tijdens corona, hoe vet.
Ik kan me geen januari voorstellen zonder schaaktoernooi.
Daar leeft Wijk aan Zee en daar leef ik zelf ook. Het is gewoon heerlijk. Echt een onwijs mooie tijd is het voor.
Verbinding.
Tactiek.
Thuishaven.
Wijk aan Zee leeft.
It was a great day in Wijk aan Zee. Round 2 is in the books, and what a day it was. This is your round 2 rapid recap. Fiona, we had Magnus Carlsen taking on Anish Giri. The Dutch hometown hero wasn't meant to be, was it?
Absolutely. Magnus Carlsen beating Anish Giri here in Wijk aan Zee for the very first time. He told us after the game, very happy to finally level that minor score from ages ago.
And we saw him use a Catalan, which he also used in the World Chess Championship. So maybe some leftover prep. We know he was vague about it. But at this point here, he went knight to a3, allowing the bishop to capture that knight. Instead of that move, both queen c2, queen a4, knight to e5, all much more popular. But instead, we see the move knight to a3. So Fiona, maybe some of that prep, right?
Absolutely. Maybe also some influence from one of his seconds, Daniel Dubov, who loves to throw some material around the board, give up some material, and was part of the team during the match against Nepomniachtchi.
Never scared to be a pawn down, sometimes even more. And in this game, White remained a pawn down for a little bit. And this move a4, followed by bishop a3, opened up some lines for white. And here is where the game entered novel territory, because black could play bishop to d5, but the problem with getting greedy and just trying to hold on your pawn is that a move like rook to e1, following it up with pawn to e4, something like this is giving white the edge here, and black is not going to be happy to see this kind of play. As the bishop is kicked away, the pawn on c4 will be lost. So instead of playing for bishop to d5, we saw knight to d7, and Magnus said, you know what, have the pawn on a4. b5 was the threat. So finally, queen takes c4 played, and there goes that pawn on a4, Fiona.
Yeah, and we can see on the left-hand side of the board, the time management. Magnus was playing all his moves real fast, thus once again confirming that very likely this was a position he was well familiar with. And for Anish, a difficult defensive task ahead from the very early stages.
Yes, it certainly was, because we had talked about this idea of an exchange sacrifice. Lo and behold, Magnus says queen b3, getting out of the way of the rook. Rook takes c6, now a threat, removing the guard of the knight on a4. Queen d5 was supposed to take care of that, but not so fast, says Magnus. Rook takes c6 played. The queens cannot be swapped because at the end of this variation, down goes the knight on a4. 2 pieces for a rook for white and a winning advantage. The bar goes up. So instead of this decision, Anish decides to take on c6 with the queen, defending the knight on a4. But Fiona, here comes the pieces for white.
Absolutely, and from this moment onward, we were considering the exchange stack for a while, but the tide started turning real quick. Knight e5, opening up the bishop from g2, and very quickly the problems became unsurmountable for Anish.
They certainly were. Rook coming to b1. The b7 pawn is under threat. The c7 pawn as well, for good measure. And this is actually where the game got out of hand, because the move knight to b6 could have been played by Anish. A very difficult tactical sequence arises after bishop b7 and knight c4, hitting the bishop on b7. Yes, the rook is under attack, but so is this bishop on a3. This is mayhem. The eval bar says, oh, it's fine. I look at this position and say black's king could be in some trouble. But of course, our Silicon friend says, nah, no worries. This is all under control. But instead, Anish did not go for this, playing knight d5, which I'm sure we can understand, because Fiona, rook b1 and bishop takes d5. That's not a move you expect, giving up your fianchetto bishop.
Absolutely. Clearly a move that took Anish by surprise during the game, and here it started sinking in that suddenly you miss one move and it's already too late. Magnus has taken the upper hand and he's in the driver's seat.
That's correct, because you can capture on d5 right back. If the queen takes on d5, you lose your knight on a4. Now it's 2 pieces for the rook and the activity for white. That's a problem. Instead, he took with the pawn on d5, and it wasn't about this knight after all. It wasn't part, but bishop b4 was not the move he was going to play, allowing the queen to slide away to b5. Instead, rook takes b7, threatening bishop b4, which traps the queen. The rook on the 7th rank is very dangerous, c7, and behind it f7. Anish tried his best, and Fiona, we had a bit of a laugh, not at Anish's expense, just because you don't expect it, but queen d8, all things considered, was the best defensive try.
Absolutely, a move which looks funny. There is so much attack going on against your king, and instead you ignore that and you play a retreating move with the queen that puts the queen on freeze. But the queen shouldn't have been captured by Magnus. He did not capture it because you give up your own queen, and suddenly the attack is not as strong as it used to be, and black maybe has some chances to survive here.
That's right. It's still better for white after all that. But why give up your queen when you can trade it in the next move after winning some material? Queen f6 played. And this is the last moment where Magnus could have gone wrong. He decided to trade queens, a great decision. We know that queen takes d5 does not allow rook takes f7. That would be a blunder because the rook on a8 is loose. Rook f7, rook takes f7, down goes the rook in the corner once the queen takes back. So instead, the move would have been knight c3 first, distracting the queen away, and then taking the knight f7. Black would be able to hold this, but Magnus, way too strong, Fiona. Queen takes f6, and what wonderful technique he displayed from here on out.
Absolutely. He was just surgical from here on out, never losing control of the position, pushing his c-pawn to c7, restricting the black rooks, then activating the bishop along the long diagonal, and in the end, going to capture the rook on c8. So beautiful technique by Magnus.
And the best that Anish could do was take his knight back and then win the c7 pawn. But when all is said and done, Magnus up 2 pawns, Anish resigns. And that was your round 2 rapid recap. So Fiona, that was really a fine game by Magnus Carlsen. He now joins the leaders here in Wijk aan Zee with 1-2. So the standings have been shaken up a little bit thanks to 2 decisive games. What do you think? Magnus at the top, so is Duda, so is Vidit. What are we in for in round 3?
Yeah, well, very interesting standings already after only 2 rounds. Nobody on a perfect score. Magnus will be very happy with the way his tournament has kicked off. Duda continuing where he left off in the year 2021. And Vidit, one of the surprise players, but a very strong start from Vidit. I don't say surprise players in terms of his strength, of course, a tremendously strong players, but he'll be very happy to be joining Duda and Carlsen in the lead. What do I expect from tomorrow? Let's have a quick look at the pairings.
Oh, some good with Duda against Carlsen. We were just talking about them at the top of the standings. All right, Fiona, I'm not going to make you make predictions yet. I'll give you the night to sit and think about all this. But we do have some great pairings in store for tomorrow. I mean, for example, Jorden van Foreest lost round 2 after winning round 1. Now he gets the white pieces against the lowest rated and least experienced player in the field. And Praggnanandhaa is a monster. He is so talented. And he drew against Anish Giri with black. He drew again today with the white pieces against Krzysztof Duda. So why should he be afraid of Jorden van Foreest? There's no reason, but I love that matchup on the bottom of our screen here.
Absolutely. We also have the All-American clash between Fabiano Caruana and Shankland. And one game I'm very curious about is Anish Giri against Mamedyarov. Shahryar started with 2 draws, but 2 crazy games. How will Anish bounce back after a loss? So a lot of interesting games once again for tomorrow. Let's have a quick look at the tournament schedule. We will be back tomorrow with round 3, same place, same time. So games start at 2 p.m. Central European time. That's 5 a.m. Pacific. And then one more round after that before the first rest day on January the 19th.
Well, it's been a fantastic start, Fiona. I'm really pumped about this event because we're getting 5 decisive results in the first 14 games. There's also a challenger section. I actually last night spent a little bit of time looking at those games, but there's too much excitement in the Masters tournament to go look at the challengers. But I have really been loving the chess. There have been a few moments that I've been very vocal about my disappointment. Those draw offers, let's get rid of those, please. Come on, Shankland, you're going to have to take it down to the wire. But really, it's been such good chess, fighting chess. I love the tournament held in Wijk aan Zee. It's a classic.
Absolutely, always such a diverse field, a lot of interesting players, and we're really in for a treat. Still, it's still 11 rounds to go, plenty more chess to look forward to. If you want to get involved at home, unfortunately, no spectators are allowed on site this year, but check out Tata Steel Chess.com. There will be an online festival on January the 22nd and the 23rd with a lot of different activities you can take part in. So check out our website and we hope to see you there. For now, Robert, thank you so much for today. It's been so much fun and we will be back tomorrow with round 3.